Welcome to day one of the 7th NIES National Institute for Environmental Studies International Forum. We will be starting shortly. In the meantime, I would like to make some announcements. My name is Juichi. I'm a research associate at the National Institute for Environmental Studies and science officer co-leading the research and innovation portfolio of Future Earth, and I will serve as your MC today. Please note that during the first day, we will be recording all sessions. The chat function is not made available, but you can use the Q&A for any questions you may have. Today, we will have an open symposium, starting with a welcome address, keynote speeches, flash talks from young researchers, followed by an exciting panel discussing society and sciences. We will then have a summary of the day and closing remarks of the open symposium. On day 2, we will be having 3 expert sessions on topics valuing environment, net zero global greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 in a complex world with stakeholders, and systemic risk, followed by a summary of the forum and closing remarks. We will be starting today at 1/2 the hour. Thank you. It is my pleasure to formally announce the start of the first day of the 7th International Forum on Sustainable Future in Asia with Future Earth. We would like to start with welcome remarks from each of the heads of the organizing institutions. Please welcome President of the National Institute of Environmental Studies, Professor Masahide Keymoto, to give his opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Masahide Keymoto, President of National Institute for Environmental Studies. I joined National Institute for Environmental Studies last April, so I have little experience, but it is my great pleasure to meet you all. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to welcome to this 7th International Forum for a Sustainable Future in Asia. Our institute, NIES, is expecting 50th anniversary in coming years, in 2 years. We started our history half a century ago as a response to regional environmental pollution in Japan, and has since grown in scope and coverage. Due to the environmental issues becoming wider and more global, we are making unwavering effort to develop scientific evidence that feeds into societal decision-making process to improve the state of the environment. And we have organized this forum since 2016 with the University of Tokyo and Regional Research Center for Asia and the Pacific Asian Institute of Technology in Thailand to enhance research network and collaboration in Asian region. Experts from various backgrounds give presentation about their latest research outcomes and discuss solutions and directions for sustainable future in Asia. Through the past meetings, we have noticed that the collaboration across different societal and academic sectors is indispensable in order to effectively transfer scientific findings to the society. Futures was established to address pressing global environmental crisis and interlinked societal challenges through rigorous transdisciplinary research with collaboration between natural and social sciences and across research career stages and together with non-academic stakeholders. Many National NIES Institute for Environment Studies researchers, NIES researchers, have been involved in Future Earth research projects, and NIES has been hosting part of the Future Earth Global Secretariat since 2016, together with several other cooperating institutions. To organize this year's NIES International Forum, we gratefully have cooperation of 2 of our corporate friend institutions, Nagasaki University and Research Institute for Humanity and nature as special co-organizers at this time. And the theme of this year's forum is Research for Societal Transformation with Futures. We also have a support from Futures Global Secretariat Hub in Japan. We will have many crosstalks between keynote speakers and young scientists from Asia. I hope all the participants from various disciplines and career stages enjoy this 2 days forum. Thank you very much and enjoy your meeting. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Keymoto. Next, I would like to welcome the president of Nagasaki University, Professor Shigeru Kohno, to give his welcome remarks.
I am Shigeru Kohno, president of Nagasaki University. It's my great honor and pleasure to co-organize this very important forum together with National Institute for Environmental Studies and the Research Institute for Human and Nature. On behalf of Nagasaki University, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the participants. I hope from several Asian countries, as well as from Japan, for their keen interest in this forum. I hope that in this forum, we'll have fruitful discussions for the future of this beautiful planet and all the people who live on it. Our School of Medicine is the only one medical school in the world that was attacked with the atomic bomb. We have a long history of working for the peace and well-being of humanity inside and outside of our country. However, now our life and health are threatened by the fierce pandemic and climate crisis, both caused by rapidly growing human activity. In January of 2020, just before the COVID-19 pandemic escalates, I declared that our university would contribute to establish planetary health, protect the extremely elaborate Earth systems. We should now share and fully utilize the wisdom across disciplinary boundaries so that all people can peacefully share this planet and stay healthy in the new era, Anthropocene. Furthermore, we academia have an essential mission to guide the next generation to understand planetary health. This forum provides ideal opportunity for young researchers to interact with prominent experts in the wide range of scientific fields, which I'm very much sure will be an invaluable experience for their future career. I really hope that through active discussions in today and tomorrow, young researchers who can protect the Earth systems and human lives and human society will expand their potential and convey what they learn in this forum to further generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kohno. Next, please allow me to call for Professor Kensuke Fukushi, the Vice Director of the Institute for Future Initiatives, the University of Tokyo, Japan, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Distinguished guest keynote speakers, Professors Nishida, Leena, and Ilan. Hi, long time no see you. Head of co-organizer, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the successful delivery of 7th International Forum of Sustainable Future in Asia as 9th NIES International Forum. I remember that the first NIES Forum was organized on January 2016 at the Asian Institute of Technology Center, with agreement signatory of NIES, AIT, and the University of Tokyo, as mentioned by President Keymoto. The forum delivers important messages last 6 years, and such continuous effort of NIES should be highly evaluated. Climate change, biodiversity, water, health, and governance, various issues have been discussed by top-flying researchers, and we have been tackling various cross-cutting agenda. Now we are in the position that we need to transform our society and the economic system very quickly so that we do not go beyond planetary boundaries. In order to accomplish such transformation, innovative ideas are vital. I hope the 7th NIES Forum would serve a platform to stimulate such innovation to reform our society and planet with high level of resilience and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Fukushi. Finally, let me welcome Director of the Regional Resource Center for Asia and the Pacific, the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand, Dr. Naoya Tsukamoto.
Thank you. Dr. Masahide Keymoto, President, National Institute for Environmental Studies of Japan. Professor Shigeru Kohno, President, Nagasaki University. Professor Juichi Yamagiwa, Director General Research Institute for Human and Nature, Japan. Professor Kensuke Fukushi, Vice Director, Institute for Future Initiative, the University of Tokyo. Distinguished resource persons, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon, depending on the region where you are. Natural disaster is no more natural, but is artificial, heavily influenced by the climate change that caused by human activities. Each of you, community, city, country, or sub-region, are now experiencing so-called historical, record-breaking, never experienced climate incidents that cause serious negative impacts to our lives and living. All the creatures on the earth are now living in an environment of harsh and severe climate that are apparently different from the one with the gentle and stable climate. We cannot rely on the past experience or business as usual. We need new knowledge and science that help us to survive. Both mitigation and adaptation are needed to tackle with these challenges. It is obvious that developing countries cannot follow the similar path of growth that the developed countries have gone through. Developed countries should change their ways of production and consumption and make enough space and resources and environment for developing countries to achieve their growth. Human beings need to find out new and sustainable development pathway, and we need healthy science. On that, we can rely to explore this challenging journey. What do I mean by healthy science? You can easily think about it by imagining the opposite, unhealthy one. The science that advocates huge impact technology and let us continue to follow the old development pathway is unhealthy. The science that appears in front of stakeholders from the vacuum and force them to believe it by authority is not healthy. To make science healthy, we need ownership of it. It is not necessary for us to grow it from the beginning, but we need time to digest it and optimize it along with our own culture, value system, and the environment. To obtain healthy science, each of you, community, city, country, or sub-region needs local, reliable scientists who take active roles to explore healthy science for the societies. Responsible scientists are one of the most important keys to achieve the sustainable development. I would like to express my highest respect to the future Earth for its contribution to this goal. The Regional Resource Center for Asia and the Pacific were established 32 years ago as a joint initiative of both AIT and UN Environment, aiming to increase scientific understanding and provide capacity development on the sustainable development from the environmental aspect for our stakeholders in the Asia-Pacific region. For RRC.AP, it is our honor and pleasure to have been co-organizing the NIES forums from the beginning. I believe that past NIES forums have contributed to develop healthy science and sincerely hope that this 7th one will do so as well. I wish you all a fruitful intellectual day. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tsukamoto. Then I would like to welcome the Director General of the Research Institute for Humanity and Nature, Professor Juichi Yamagiwa, to give his welcoming remarks.
Thank you very much. It is great pleasure that I address the 7th NIES International Forum with the theme Research for Societal Transformation with Future Earth. From early 2020, NIES and RIHN have been aiming to establish closer relationships by holding a joint seminar. From 2021, Nagasaki University joined this effort, and the 3 institutions organized a symposium on planetary health last year. The health of the planet and the sustainability, or as we say at RIHN, the futurability of human civilization are increasingly under threat. They are also increasingly linked together. In the era now called the Anthropocene, human activities have become the main driver of global-scale environmental change. No longer are issues like environmental pollution or biodiversity loss limited to specific places. Instead, the accumulating impacts are putting the Earth as a coherent system in jeopardy. RIHN was established in the aftermath of the signing of the Kyoto Protocol over 20 years ago to provide a platform for comprehensive research on global environmental change. There was a growing awareness that environmental problems are multidimensional and that we need to be approached from different angles at the same time. This calls for interdisciplinary research, not only among different branches of the natural sciences, but also the social sciences and the humanities. At RIHN, we are guided by the words of our founding Director General, Hidaka Toshitaka, that at the root of environmental problems are problems of human culture in the broadest sense of the word. This understanding helps orient environmental research towards our value systems and to the framings and narratives that shape our attitude to nature. The realization of the importance of culture does not necessarily make finding solutions easier. In fact, changing the value system that underlies the economic growth paradigm is a gigantic task. It is therefore good to see that the keynote speeches of this afternoon include keywords such as reframing and valuing. However, while reflecting on the nature of the problems that the world is facing, it's necessary, we at RIHN also feel that our research needs to be proactive. It needs to be in the world, not only about the world. Researchers need to come out of the ivory tower and engage with society, work with stakeholders in finding solutions, support policy reforms, and help give direction to the great transformation towards sustainability. This resonates well with the emphasis that Future Earth places on transdisciplinary research. In this quest for research-supported solutions, we need friends and allies. The NIES International Forum provides one excellent opportunity to talk with old friends and colleagues, as well as to make new friends. In the 2 half days of the forum, we will not only hear speeches and presentations by well-known experts, but also the voices of early career researchers. I hope that the collaboration among NIES, Nagasaki University, and LIN will continue to bring together key actors in sustainability research and practice, and that together we contribute to the transformation of human culture towards a just and safe world. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Yamagiwa. And thank you again to all our organizers for setting the tone for this forum and for the very warm welcome. It certainly sets a high standards for the expectations going forward. Now, please allow me to invite Dr. Fumiko Kasuga, Senior Fellow at the National Institute for Environmental Studies and Director of the Future Earth Global Secretariat Hub Japan, to introduce the concept and the structure of the forum.
Thank you, the representatives of the organizers, for warm welcoming addresses. Before moving on to the keynote session, please let me give you an overview of the 2 days forum. So researchers have been conducting the research to understand the global and regional environmental change and have developed scientific evidence that feeds into decision-making processes. Last year, the IPCC Assessment Report 6 clearly stated that it is unequivocal that human influence has warmed the planet. Climate change, ecosystem disruption, and the pandemic are interlinked each other. WHO Director General alerted that the COVID-19 would not be the last pandemic. Dr. Koichi Goka at NIES, National Institute for Environmental Studies, also stresses that the disruption of the biodiversity is the fundamental cause of emerging diseases. Also, through these examples, science provides basis for understanding the past and the present, and for predicting the future. We hope science should be the foundation of decision-making. However, we have noted that science alone cannot make societal decisions or cannot change society or people's behavior. We need collaboration, joint dialogue, and efforts to understand each other across disciplines, sectors, regions, and generations. That is why Future Earth was established, and having the reason of having the main theme of 7th International NIES International Forum as research for societal transformation with Future Earth. For those who are wondering what Future Earth is, please let me briefly introduce about it. Future Earth is an international research program to accelerate societal transformation for global sustainability and to support in transdisciplinary processes with the stakeholders. Global research networks shown here, which are the main core science part of Future Earth, cover various disciplines as you see, and conduct co-design transdisciplinary research. In addition to individual research projects, Future Earth is promoting integrated activities through these 3 pillars, developing several major synthesis reports, such as 10 new insights in climate science released at every COP, providing networking and training opportunities at the large international congresses such as Sustainability Research and Innovation Congresses, and training programs, and also publishing narrative reports and magazines. Regional initiatives are active in Asia, promoting region-based research projects and training programs on transdisciplinary research called Terra School. The entire future also encourages early careers network across disciplines and sectors. These futures activities are supported and operated by our Global Secretariat. We currently have 8 Secretariat hubs, including 1 in Japan. And those hubs are functioning as a single team. Japan Hub is supported and hosted by NIES, Research Institute for Humanity and Nature, Nagasaki University, the University of Tokyo IFI, Science Council of Japan, MEXT, and more institutions, also by private companies. Secretariat hubs in Asia are closely collaborating. For example, at the Master Forum organized by Taipei Hub last year, inviting Nobel laureate Dr. Klaus Hasselmann, both China and Japan hubs nominated special guests to discuss with Dr. Hasselmann. And similarly, Japanese speakers appeared at the webinar organized by China Hub. So with this background, this forum was planned to have Future Earth as a core concept. The forum has been planned and prepared by the Joint Planning Committee, and 2 of the Futures Japan Hub hosting institutions, RECNA and Nagasaki universities, were invited to be special co-organizers and to this planning committee. We are grateful to their leadership and dedication. So the forum reflects the future's principles, research for societal transformation. It has holistic views on valuing environment, net zero emission, and systemic risk, and to communicate across the generations. Well, let's go quickly through the 2-day structure. On day 1, we'll soon have the keynote session by inviting 3 distinguished speakers. First, Dr. Michiru Nishida to talk on nuclear weapons as an environmental issue. Please allow me to just show the extract of the title. The exact title will be introduced later. And the second speaker will be Dr. Leena Srivastava, who will talk on valuing our environment. And the last speaker, Professor Ilan Chabay, will speak on systemic risks, global crisis. And this keynote speech session will be followed by flash talk by young researchers. We are inviting 11 early career researchers to share their experiences and challenges in conducting the transdisciplinary research. And they will make questions to the keynote speakers. And at the end, we'll have the panel discussion, inviting again the keynote speakers to respond to the questions from the young generations. And we will have additional views from the new panelists. On day 2, we'll have the 3 expert sessions, 1 on valuing environment, the 2 on net zero greenhouse gas emission by 2050 in a complex world with stakeholders, and the 3rd on systemic risks. Through these 3 sessions, we first understand value for environment relevant decisions. Then we will see co-designing processes for actionable clear steps. And finally, we'll discuss on managing systemic risks in a comprehensive way for a sustainable future in Asia. With this, I'm pleased to move on to the keynote session. As the first speaker, I'm happy to invite Dr. Michiru Nishida, Professor of Research Center for Nuclear Weapons Abolition at Nagasaki University. I'm not introducing the detailed biography of each speaker. Please see them on the website. The title of Professor Nishida's speech is Need for Reframing Nuclear Weapons as an Environmental Issue to Realize the Regional and Global Sustainability. Let's welcome Professor Nishida.
Okay. Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Dr. Kasuga, and for having me here today at this prestigious forum. I'm aware that today's and tomorrow's international forum will deal with environmental issues, and I've long been a practitioner in the field of nuclear disarmament affairs, and I'm not an expert on environmental issues. So my area of expertise may sound irrelevant to today's participants, but I believe the nuclear problem is very much relevant to environmental ones. The biggest environmental problem facing humanity today is generally recognized to be climate change, if I'm not mistaken. However, I believe that nuclear problem is also an environmental problem that rivals climate change. The use of a single nuclear weapon can contaminate the area where the nuclear explosion occurs. Although some modern nuclear weapons are so-called low-yield nuclear weapons, which are on the level of the primitive atomic bombs used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki 76 years ago, most are hydrogen bombs, which are far more powerful than the ones used then. Here, I'd like to show you a map app called Nuke Map. Let me share screen here. So I hope you can see the screen of Tokyo on the shared screen. So this nuke map can show on a map anywhere in the world the effects of various types of nuclear weapons being dropped. On top right, you can select the city from the selected city list here, or you can enter any city you want. Here, I'd like to select Nagasaki. As you can see clearly the difference from bombing 76 years ago in more concrete terms, while if we choose other cities, then it might be a little more abstract. So now you can see the ground zero of Nagasaki atomic bombing 76 years ago here. And now to extract the damage of a nuclear detonation, you can enter the yield, whatever yield you want, or you can select from preset nuclear weapons. Firstly, to give you a baseline, let me try the atomic bomb dropped in Nagasaki 76 years ago and click detonate here. And it is said to have immediately killed more than 70,000 people and injured more than about the same number at the time. The figures here on the screen, 98,000 and 87,000, these are the figures estimate for the modern Nagasaki city. Let me try a little more realistic, not realistic, I shouldn't say, but let me try another scenario. Let me select the North Korean nuclear weapon last tested in 2017, which is said to be 150 kilotons, which is more explosive than the warheads on board British and some US nuclear submarines. And this would kill and injure more than 160,000 people each, more than double the number killed by that 1945 Nagasaki bomb. Let me try another one, if I may. Let me see. What about Chinese ICBM, DF5, which is 5 megaton? This would cause damage as far away as Isahaya or Saikai, which is about more than 20-30 kilometers away from Nagasaki City, killing more than 350,000 and injuring more than 240,000. And this is just an estimate for the area around Nagasaki, which has a relatively small population. And if it were mega metropolis like Tokyo or New York, the damage would be much, much more severe. If the same Chinese ICBM is dropped on New York, for example, the death toll would exceed 3 million people, 10 times that of Nagasaki. And this is the case when a single nuclear weapon is used. The problem with nuclear weapons is once one nuclear weapon is used, especially against a nuclear power, it is unlikely that the use of nuclear weapons will stop there. And the other side will retaliate with nuclear weapons. The chain of retaliation will not stop there. If this were to happen, the devastation would be unimaginable beyond words. The impact of the use of nuclear weapons is not just a local or area issue where nuclear weapons are dropped, but a global one, including supply chains and the possibility of causing climate change known as nuclear winter. Let me share another screen. For example, even in the case of not an all-out nuclear war between the US and Russia, but a regional nuclear war between India and Pakistan, countries with relatively small nuclear arsenals among the nuclear powers, the latest analysis by climate change and nuclear strategy researchers using climate models shows that the initial limited use of 10 nuclear weapons by Pakistan would eventually escalate to the exchange of about 400 nuclear weapons between the two nuclear rivals, resulting in not only human suffering of 50 to 125 million deaths, depending on the yields and types of nuclear weapons used, but also global consequences beyond South Asia. So at present, the yield of nuclear weapons of India and Pakistan are thought to be 50 kilotons, equivalent to the Hiroshima type. And they are expected to develop and possess 50 kilotons and 100 kilotons of nuclear weapons in the next decades. So as you can see from this chart, the black carbon released into the atmosphere would be 16.1 teragrams in the case of 15 kilotons in the yellow highlighted area, and 27.3 teragrams in the case of 50 kilotons, and 36.3 teragrams in the case of 100 kilotons. For your reference, in the case of an all-out nuclear war between the US and Russia, the result would be 150 teragrams. So it's about between 5 to 10 times than the nuclear war between India and Pakistan. The smoke would be heated by sunlight and lofted high into the stratosphere, where it could remain for years since it doesn't rain in the stratosphere. Global average temperature and precipitation would be significantly lowered over the course of years, thus causing a nuclear winter. So the figures here are derived from the research done by Alan Roebuck and others on this very issue. So the figures that I show on this chart are just a reflection of rough figures of those research. Even in the case of 16.1 teragrams, global precipitation would fall by more than 10%, and global temperatures would fall by around 2 degrees Celsius for the first 5 years. And the middle scenario would cause more than 20% fall in precipitation and 4 degrees Celsius for the same period of time. A nuclear winter would halt agriculture around the world and produce a famine for billions of people. An analysis based on the latest estimate of volume of smoke I just mentioned now is still ongoing, but a study of 10 years ago using an old model of 5 teragrams here in the gray highlighted column, a case involving significantly less smoke than any of the 3 Indian-Pakistan scenarios I just described, would severely reduce annual rice production by China by around 30%, maize production by 20%, and wheat production by 53% for the first year after the Indian-Pakistan regional nuclear war. even though the crop simulation model analysis is nearly 10 years old, and further reduction for the next 5 years, as you can see in the chart. This reduction of food availability would continue for more than a decade. This estimate is only about China, the largest grain producer in the world. If we take into account the impact on other major agricultural countries such as the US and Brazil, a regional nuclear war could produce a global food crisis and put 1 billion people at risk of famine, especially in developing countries. Moreover, this only involves less than 1% of the current global nuclear arsenal. This shows how much impact would be if a global nuclear war between the US and Russia would occur. It is obvious how nuclear weapons, once used, can undermine regional and global sustainability. Let me stop this sharing screen here. And let me now turn to the risk of using nuclear weapons. The fear of nuclear war was so close to home that during the Cold War, elementary schools in the US had duck and cover drill where students hid under their desks when the siren sounded. I bet it was pretty much a similar situation in other parts of the world. 30 years have passed since the end of the Cold War, and it seems to have been lost in people's memories despite their devastating havoc they can wreak. In reality, however, the risk of nuclear weapons use is increasing without people really recognizing it. Even if the possibility of a global all-out nuclear war between the US and Russia may not be as great as during the Cold War, experts have been sounding the alarm about the nuclear risks in the regions of Korean Peninsula, Middle East, and South Asia since the 1990s. And the risk of nuclear terrorism has been pointed out since the 2000s following the terrorist attacks in New York. Recently, the situation in Ukraine has been very, very tense for the past several months, and even increasingly more tense over the past several weeks. And the military conflict could occur at any time. If Russia, which is a nuclear power, and NATO, which includes the US, Britain, and France, all nuclear powers, were to clash over the situation in Ukraine, the risk of nuclear weapons being used cannot be said to be zero. The situation in North Korea has always been tense. In this January alone, North Korea conducted a series of flight tests of a new type of hypersonic glide vehicles, HGVs. There are many possible scenarios in which nuclear weapons could be used involving North Korea. Tensions are also rising over Taiwan, and if the US and China were to clash militarily, the possibility of nuclear weapons being used cannot be ruled out. The Research Center for Nuclear Abolition, RECNA, at Nagasaki University, where I belong to, is currently studying what specific nuclear risk scenarios are possible in Northeast Asia, and is planning to release a report at the end of this month. I hope you would look into the forthcoming report. Despite the heightened nuclear risk, people are generally oblivious to that risk. Why is it so? The fact that the issue of nuclear weapons has been looked at primarily from the perspective of international politics and security may have contributed to the lack of public awareness. For the sake of regional and global sustainability, I would argue that it is high time that we reframe the issue of nuclear weapons as an environmental issue. In fact, one of the first nuclear disarmament treaties, the Partial Test Ban Treaty, PTBT, which prohibited nuclear testing in the atmosphere, but not underground, thus called Partial Test Ban Treaty, was born out of environmental concern. At the time, the US and the Soviet Union were engaged in a nuclear arms race and conducted many nuclear tests in the atmosphere. In addition, they competed to increase the explosive power of their weapons, with the more powerful, the better. This nuclear arms race culminated in the Lucky Dragon incident off the coast of Bikini in the Marshall Islands in 1954, which led to the first major anti-nuclear movement in Japan. And this environmental concern of radioactive contamination triggered global anti-nuclear concern, which then turned into the first major nuclear disarmament treaty, the Partial Test Ban Treaty. However, aside from those early nuclear disarmament efforts, framing the nuclear issue as an environmental one has been relegated to the back burner for many years. I believe that as a result of treating nuclear issue only as international politics and security, the nuclear problem has become distant from the general public's perception and is now treated as an issue for experts only, and the movement for nuclear disarmament has become sluggish. In the past decade, such a weak nuclear disarmament movement seems to be about to get a boost again with the adoption of TPNW, Treaty Prohibiting Nuclear Weapons. This is the result of many non-nuclear weapon states and NGOs moving to shift the nuclear issue from one of international politics and security to one of humanitarian concerns. However, it is still a small movement compared to the recent global movement on climate change. While the nuclear issue continues to be an issue of security and international politics, by reframing it as an environmental problem as well, we could perhaps raise public awareness and further boost the movement. By having environmental experts address the issue of nuclear weapons as an environmental issue, for example, by conducting environmental impact assessments of the manufacturing process or the use of nuclear weapons, or by setting up a scientific panel under the IPCC to conduct a more thorough international study of the effects of nuclear war on climate change, the response of society to the issue of nuclear weapons could be more optimized and impactful. Similar efforts can be seen in other areas, for example, in the field of outer space. In the last 10 to 20 years, we have become more and more dependent on space for GPS, bank, ATMs, climate change monitoring, etc., to such an extent that our social life on Earth will not be possible unless space sustainability is ensured. On the other hand, space is becoming increasingly crowded, competitive, and confrontational. And in recent years, there have been repeated satellite destroying weapons tests that create space junk. If this trend continues, the amount of space debris will exponentially increase, and outer space, especially the low orbit, will cease to be a usable domain. And our modern social life on Earth will become unsustainable. Given such a dire prospect, experts have started reframing the idea of banning anti-satellite ASAT tests using kinetic energy as an environmental issue rather than a traditional arms control issue. In this way, even if the ban cannot be achieved at the most desirable level in terms of international security, the minimum necessary ban can be promoted as a first step from the environmental perspective. In the 1960s, it would have been desirable to ban all forms of nuclear testing, but this was difficult to achieve for various security reasons at the time. Thus, the nuclear powers negotiated the PTBT, and although it was not as desirable or effective as the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, CTBT, which banned all forms of nuclear testing, including underground ones, the PTBT was still a first step towards the CTBT, which came to fruition in 1996. In this way, the issue of nuclear weapons could be addressed step by step, starting from the minimum necessary by reframing it as an environmental issue. It may not be as flashy or sexy as a nuclear ban treaty, and it may be a rather modest move, but it can be a solid step toward a world free of nuclear weapons. I hope environmental and nuclear weapons or nuclear disarmament experts can work together to create synergy and enhance our collective capability to deal with this daunting issue to humanity. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Nishida. Your scenario of the potential nuclear weapons attack was so scary, and I was shivering in listening to your talk. But it is important to understand the reframing would be hoped to close work together between the social scientists working for disarmament and the environmental scientists by understanding that the nuclear weapon will be a very serious problem for the environmental sustainability, as well as human dignity. Thank you very much. Well, next speaker is Dr. Leena Srivastava, Deputy Director General for Science and at International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, IIASA. She has been a co-chair of Future Earth Advisory Committee. She will talk with the title, Valuing Our Environment, Driving Decisions Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow. Leena, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fumiko. I would like to start by thanking all the organizers of this event for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts. In particular, I would also like to thank Future Earth and Fumiko for this very kind invitation. Let me start by sharing my screen. I think we have to do that. I hope you can see this in full screen mode. Right. So the title of my talk has already been explained. Let me start by possibly placing this talk in its context. I wanted to start by saying that mainstreaming of environment as we have known it has been a long-standing academic pursuit, which got a fillip into policy with the Brundtland report. Most of you would be aware of the Brundtland report and the vision that it provided us of sustainable development, which resulted in a number of actions being taken by country governments across the world. And they put in place these national environmental action plans and strategies and so on, and many other such similar initiatives. But I think in doing so, there was also a recognition that there are trade-offs which are involved in this resource allocation for environmental protection, necessitating an estimation of the value of environment to people and society, and action that has to be delivered through regulatory actions and initiatives and incentives. So it was not just regulatory actions, but I think the focus on incentives also came up pretty strongly at the time. So we do need to recognize the importance of creating a level playing field. So it's not enough for us to be able to value the environment and to convert it into incentives. But at the same time, I think governance, good governance requires that we are able to provide a level playing field to all the actors, and especially those that see themselves to be in competition, particularly in industry, for example, so that we are able to get an appropriate response to environmental concerns. So I think the point was made by one of the opening speakers that you cannot look at environment by itself, and you have to look at it in the socio-economic context. And I think this our ability to be able to provide a level playing field is in that direction. Earlier, such a level playing field had to be created primarily within national borders, but with increasing globalization, the pressure for a coherent approach globally also started picking up. Now with climate change and other such global challenges that we are dealing with, this is even more so, and it increases the complexity of translating science into policy. But without that, we can't really progress, again, as has been said. Did I go in the right direction? Right. So as far as the science of environmental valuation is concerned, several methods have been developed over the last several decades, at least 3 decades. I think the first paper on this possibly came out coinciding with the Brundtland report, to assign monetary values to environmental goods and services and to natural capital, such that these values can then be incorporated into decision making at the project, sectoral, and national levels. However, I think we do need to recognize that our ultimate goal is to provide decision makers with the necessary tools to take the appropriate political initiatives that would result in an efficient allocation of resources, to be able to impose taxes and design compensation schemes. That's not the least of the challenges that we have, again, so that we are sensitive in our implementation of these actions. These decision makers that we are talking about can obviously be in government, but also I think in industry or indeed in society, because personal choices has a key role to play in the societal transformations that Fumiko made a reference to. So today, when we accept, as again one of the opening speakers mentioned, that we are living in the Anthropocene, it is more critical than ever for us to be able to internalize environmental concerns into decision making. We have crossed or are dangerously close to crossing at least 4 of the 9 planetary boundaries which have been defined in the planetary boundaries analyses that has been done by Stockholm Resilience Center and others, Johan Björkström and others in this. And this is a figure that all of you must be familiar with. These are the 9 boundaries that we are looking at. And the 4 that we are talking about, of course, are climate change, biosphere integrity, land system change, and biogeochemical flows. Included in this is, of course, plastic pollution. And you may have seen there's been a lot of coverage on this plastic pollution also in the last couple of days. Climate change and biosphere integrity, out of these 4 boundaries that we are transgressing, are core based on their fundamental importance for maintaining Earth's systems. But in a similar vein, I would say that governance and science are also foundational for a sustainable society. So on the one hand, we have these 2 planetary boundaries for maintaining Earth systems that we need to take care of. And on the other hand, we have governance and science, which are going to determine our future way forward. It is what we do with this latter, which is governance and science, that will determine the state of climate and biosphere. So I think that is going to be critically important. Science thus far has done a yeoman job in continuously and rapidly enhancing our understanding of these complex Earth systems and working towards drawing the relationships with the socioeconomic systems that drive us as humanity. However, despite the dire warnings from the scientific community, we see that the response to these looming crises are lagging way behind what is needed. Even the most recent analysis in this says that we are nowhere close to being able to achieve the 2 degrees Celsius guardrail, for example, that we have set ourselves, leave alone the 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is what we were aiming for in the Paris agenda. But more recently, of course, scientists are saying that we should be significantly lower than the 1.5 degrees Celsius, because as knowledge is increasing and the feedback loops are becoming more apparent, we are understanding how the climate functions in a better manner. So we are living in a very dangerous world that needs to be addressed. As far as environmental valuation methods and trends are concerned, the environment, as we know, is the bedrock of all economic activity in the world. We use the environment, the natural resources, as an input and as a sink for the waste that we generate from our production and consumption processes. But we are still not willing to pay for the services that the environment is providing us. We all know in this particular event that the environment has a use value and a non-use value as well. And I've just put non-discovered use value over there. And these values are estimated using broadly 2 approaches, again, that I'm sure all of us are familiar with. But our inability to recognize these values and internalize them in economic decision making is resulting in these ecosystem collapses that we are worried about, and of course our unsustainable patterns of development that are resulting in environmental degradation. in the 3.5 decades since the Brundtland report that I referred to earlier, various environmental valuation techniques have been developed for especially identifying the non-market values of environment. And this picture over here that I'm sharing with you shows the trends of publications in these areas. And what we can see over here is that contingent valuation and the cost benefit analysis kinds of methods have tapered since the last 10 to 12 years and have been replaced by an increasing interest in willingness to pay and in contingent valuation methods. In choice experiment methods. The choice experiment method basically provides us with some advantages over the others, and that's why we have this exponential increase in interest. It allows us to estimate not just the mean willingness to pay, but also the marginal willingness to pay for the different attributes that we are looking for. And it also allows us to handle many more alternatives and attributes. But this makes the choice experiment more complex. At the same time, as we are aware of, even in the context of climate modeling, that the tools and methods and computing facilities that we have are increasing also by leaps and bounds. So contingent valuation, choice experiment, I do not know why I keep calling it contingent valuation. The choice experiments have been greatly facilitated by the development of these statistical softwares. And today, I think with the enormous access that we have to society at large, we are able to undertake web-based surveys. We are able to undertake surveys and involve citizens as scientists. And all of these approaches are becoming much more popular and easy to implement. And therefore, I think it helps us to reduce some of the biases that we see in the valuation techniques and that have come under criticism. So things are moving fast. But the one other thing, a couple of other things that I think we need to recognize is that the number of publications in these areas, while these have increased quite rapidly over the last 3 decades, these are still not as large as we would like them to be, but more importantly is the challenge with this figure, which is the number of citations that we have per paper. So what this figure is essentially telling us is that there are only a few papers that are responsible for the high number of citations that we have. And if you look at it in absolute numbers, there are only 7 papers that have received more than 300 citations for this entire time period. So this basically shows that environmental valuation, the publications around it, need to improve their influence on society, on decision making. And there's a lot of room for us to really focus on increasing the literature base and the knowledge base on this particular subject, but B, also ensuring that the knowledge that we create reaches the right kinds of audiences. Let me move on to the next segment that I had on using environmental valuation for decision making. I would venture to say over here that in the case of climate change and also for biodiversity, but more in the case of climate change, many research institutions have defined alternative development scenarios for the future and also identified pathways to achieving the same. The institute that I come from, IIASA, is also very closely involved in this and have had significant input into the IPCC processes that we have been engaged in. However, I think our biggest challenge over here remains that these national level estimations that we have do not give us the inputs that we require. I've just lost my slides over here myself. Just give me a minute to retrieve that. So while most of these models often incorporate techno-economic analyses of mitigation options, and therefore we are able to evaluate these options when we are presenting these pathways, it's only a smaller number of models that integrate a price on carbon emissions as a whole, and possibly an even smaller number that can integrate the externality costs that we are talking about. And a big barrier to more effectively using environmental valuation to inform decision making, I think hinges around both the quality and the quantity or the spread of the underlying data and analyses, its applicability in such macro level modeling exercises, and the stability of the evaluations over the time horizons that we are talking about for a problem like climate change. Wanted to give the example of carbon markets over here. As you are aware, it's one way in which we have estimated the price of greenhouse gases in the trading schemes that we have. But these have been fairly volatile, and to be able to inform your decisions on this basis has been viewed as being a little risky. At a national and local level, the challenge is even greater due to the granularity of data that is required, as well as the research environment. I think in the developed countries, the research environment is possibly not such a major problem, but in the developing countries, for sure, it is extremely difficult to be able to undertake the extent of research and the diversity of research and understanding. And of course, the issues of data are significantly higher. So pretty often we find that we are basing the valuations that we undertake at a national or a local level on the basis of global data, but we are all sorely aware of the fact that this does not translate into what the local situation is or what the local priorities are or contexts are. So this, I think, is a major challenge. Regulatory approaches to environmental management, therefore, are fraught with difficulties. If we do not have this generation of knowledge in the context in which the knowledge has to be applied, governments and other decision makers would find it very difficult to make use of this data. But in today's interconnected world, where we are calling for systemic solutions, because the challenges that we face are systemic, the task of ensuring unbiased decision-making driven by environmental valuations is essential, but at the same time more difficult, but more urgent as well. Moving finally to the role of environmental valuations in driving decision-making towards societal transformations, I think we need to recognize that societal transformations would be triggered by both government actions, policies, regulations, incentives, etc., as well as from informed individual choices that are essential to achieve the societal transformations that we are talking about. COVID-19 and the response to that showed us the role that individuals and individual choices can make in the overall transformations that became, or the potential for transformations that became visible in this time period. Till the time that climate change impacts did not become visible, and these have become increasingly visible, particularly in the last 2 to 3 years, I think individuals were unable to relate to the need to address climate change, or were not able to see or answer the question, what is in it for me? And that made the task of governance much more challenging. And the what is in it for me question is not only about costs, but it has to do with a number of other issues, including human security, including relationships, and so on. And I think, as one of the opening speakers mentioned, we have to be able to take an interdisciplinary and a transdisciplinary approach to inform decision making. And environmental valuations are critically important, but at the same time, how these link with other societal drivers is also equally important. The macroeconomic estimates of the costs of climate impacts, as we have more information on is not triggering the societal responses that we need. So we do need to work towards translating these environmental valuations into the choice costs to individuals. A lot of work, therefore, that needs to be done in this area. But in closing, I think I would like to say that we all recognize the limitations of approaches to placing a value on the environment. In certain cases, this has to be infinite, but there's no point in leaving it at that. I think the more refined we can make these valuations, the greater would be our impact or influence on the decision-making processes and as well as the choices that individuals have. So with that, I will stop and hand it back to Fumiko. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Leena, for well organizing or framing the valuing environment. I think the young researchers would have many questions also regarding the trends in research and methods you have provided with the levels, constraints, and challenges. Thank you, Leena. Now, I would like to invite the last keynote speaker, Professor Ilan Chabay, Head of Strategic Research Initiatives and Programs at Institute for Advanced Sustainability Studies, Potsdam, IASS, Germany. The title of his speech is Looking Over the Horizon, Systemic Risks, Social Environmental Change, and Global Crisis. Professor Chabay, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all the organizers for including me in this really fascinating meeting. I'm going to start with sharing my screen. And let's see, we start the presentation. There we go. So what I'm going to talk about in many ways was very effectively framed in the opening welcoming talks of many of the people who spoke, and also from the past two keynote talks, but from very, I think, complementary perspectives. And I want to try to build on that. I'm specifically interested in discussing the necessity and the ways that we can think about where are we going to run into trouble next, and what is that going to look like, and what are crises in that sense. So let me, just the obvious thing is that we're all in the middle of this pandemic. It's had enormous cost in lives, in economics, on many, many levels, and on equity. And every part of the global system has been affected. But as has already been said, that the pandemic is a consequence of interactions in the complex social, ecological, environmental, technical system in which all of life is embedded. We are an integral part of that system. We're not separate from it, which I think is obvious to the people in this symposium, but not so obvious, unfortunately, to many people in other places. We are all part of living species that live by exploiting the ecological systems on which we depend. But it's only us, the humans, that increasingly and extensively, profoundly change that environment. And so our behaviors are central to this problem, as has already been pointed out. So the question is, how do we avoid crises? And what do I mean by crises? I'll get to that in a moment. And how can we be prepared to mitigate or adapt to these crises so that we don't leave our homes in migration as the Anasazi people in the Southwest America did around 1250 or so. So very briefly, just so that we have the same kind of language in talking about this, I'm talking about complex systems, and systems can be complicated, but not complex. Systems are defined by boundaries, though there are things that can cross the boundaries. But the important characteristics of complex systems are that there are multiple interacting components, there are feedback loops, which connect these interdependent components. And there are positive or negative, that is amplifying or damping, nonlinear feedbacks, which lead to emergent properties, which are not what you simply expect from just the pieces of the system, the components. That leads to, number one, inherent uncertainty that cannot be suppressed, if you will, or eliminated. Ambiguity, because it is affected by human values and the contingency of human choice. Therefore, there are unintended consequences or unanticipated consequences of our actions, almost inevitably. And that also leads to the possibility of tipping points, that is, irreversible changes in the system. And Dr. Srivastava just recently started out talking with the planetary boundaries. Those indeed also are geo-biophysical tipping points that we have to be very concerned about, but they're also very importantly social tipping points, and I'll come to that shortly. Now, with apologies for the fact that I started out in laser physics and chemistry before I switched to 2 other careers. I'm now in the 3rd one. I thought this diagram might be helpful in thinking about what's going on here. On one hand, one has, let's say, we're sitting in equilibrium state 2, that is, we have a society or a community or a nation, whatever scale you would like to talk about, that is stable, relatively well set. There's a spectrum of people involved who are better and worse off, but it's stable. Something happens and boom, there's a change. And that shock may be something that the society recovers from because it is resilient, which is to say that it can sustain or restore relatively rapidly its basic functionality. It does not lose it if it is resilient. It may change, but it doesn't lose that because of the shock. But the other aspect is that the society the resilience means that the system may move from one equilibrium state to another, or possibly be displaced and return. Let me point out that what you see on the diagram is on the vertical axis is impact, and on the horizontal axis is displacement. So for example, displacement might be the number of houses flooded in a flood event, and the vertical axis, the impact, is the number of people left homeless or jobless or infrastructure damaged that removes the capacity of that environment to support the inhabitants. But another opportunity is that there is social capacity for change that allows for an intentional transition to a more sustainable future, and where the society chooses, not because of a shock, but because of a group decision, to move into a different state, which is in effect what we hope we can do to combat climate change, for example. So what's a crisis? Well, a crisis is basically when there's a system, when the system is stressed in some way that we are not prepared in a number of ways, and I'll get to those, to avoid that stress, that crisis, that overwhelming event, or we cannot mitigate the impact of it in a way that the society is left relatively intact. And the factors that can lead to a crisis are, number one, not recognizing the scope and, if you will, the proximity, the imminence of threat beforehand, insufficient investment in the requirements for resilience, resources, training, infrastructure, capacity, for example, for evacuation. Also, the tendency, which we all have in a certain way, I think it's quite normal, to discount temporal and spatial scales. You know, oh, it's just a short problem, it'll go away, and it's just around here, when in fact, it may be very long-term, as the pandemic has been, and many other, the global financial crisis. It can escalate quickly because of, by the way, of the complexity and the nonlinearities. There's also the problem of the lack of governance when it is cross-boundary and multi-jurisdictional. There is no mechanism, or there is inadequate mechanism to work across these boundaries and across jurisdictions. One department says it's my business, and another department says, no, it's mine. So factors also that lead to failure to prepare are, oddly, one of them is an interesting one that I had not until recently thought about, is learning the wrong lessons from prior events, saying, well, we handle that by doing so-and-so, and that worked. But in the new crisis, that may not be adequate for any of a number of reasons. Who is affected, the scale, the rate at which the event occurs, etc. The tsunami in Japan in 2011 was an example. Well, we thought we knew what to do, wasn't adequate, and it wasn't thought out sufficiently. There's a lack of awareness of endogenous risks and the scale of their potential impact. So there are effects not only, if you will, from the planetary boundaries, from biogeophysical events, but also things that are endogenous to the society. And those, I would say, are less well recognized, but equally important. And that includes not recognizing chronic stress that increases towards a social, not a physical, tipping point. So, let's see here, here we go. So yeah, you know, when you have a crisis, you can hit the panic button. But I would also say that preparing is a better idea than hitting the panic button. I think we can all recognize that. So will stress in society lead to tipping points and crises? And if so, how can we identify and respond constructively to address the sources of tension and stress, including those that affect the underrepresented and marginalized communities? And there are a number of ways to address this, and one of them is to identify areas in which there's increasing adverse political, social, or environmental conditions. And the rise of right-wing populism and authoritarian government leads to tensions. It may suppress them, but the question is for how long and under what cost to the society and the societies in the vicinity, witness Ukraine. Identify, note community efforts to address what Professor Okada calls persistent disruptive stressors, things that are there in the society, aging, loss of expertise in agriculture, for example, in rural communities. These are there and have been there for a long time on top of other kinds of potential shocks like typhoons, volcanoes, any kind of physical experience. And it was mentioned briefly by Dr. Srivastava just recently in terms of ways of looking at in the social media domain in terms of economic terms, but I would also say in general of concerns of the society in news media, social media, Google Trends, for example. That leads me to what is to me very important, which is to begin to understand and listen to media, to narratives in media and social discourse, to see where are the fears and hopes, as Jens Becker puts it, in the imaginary or imagined futures, and the social identities, which is a part of every community. Just briefly on narratives, they are fundamental to human communication. And narratives, yes, they contain stories and scenes, characters, but most importantly, they express or imply normative purpose. And they also reflect, very importantly, social values that bind and maintain a sense of community. They are what makes communities cohere, makes a community in many ways. They provide vision, they provide guidance, orientation around the actions that are desirable in moving towards the future. They may be place-based in a particular location, or they may be online, as they are increasingly. And they may also be an important group is those that are communities of purpose, which may tolerate very heterogeneous views because they have a common purpose, and they may be quite ad hoc, or they may be long-lasting. And here you see Native American powwow in Taos, New Mexico a few years ago, a Shinto priest in a wonderful ceremony I was privileged to attend with Okada Sensei a couple of years ago in Chizu, Totori, and of course, the famous 1963 I Have a Dream speech in the Washington, D.C. area. An example of the communities of purpose is the Polish Fisheries Roundtable, which I initiated in 2009 or 2009, I think, and ran for a couple of years and is now continuing on its own, where there were deeply conflicting narratives, which certainly indicated very high stress, particularly in the, not only in the fishermen per se, but in the fishing industry, in the ship, among the ship owners, the national ministry, the marine scientists, and the communities that depended on fishing. But there also was an urgently needed common purpose to engage in the critical EU common fisheries policy reform that was due to happen a couple of years hence, from the time we started. The result was establishing a new norm for mutual learning dialogues rather than the screaming matches, which were he who yelled longest and was the winner. And I do mean only he. There were no she's in the dialogues. And eventually we produced a consensus on a limited number of critical points as a part of this kind of mutual learning environment. A very different example in a very different place, the connections between whales, community, and sea ice and the impact of climate change in Utqiagvik in Alaska. So we all carry narratives of social identity, the connection to the baseball club, the school group, the people in the symposium that we're talking about right now. There is a sense of identity in connecting with these groups. And it indicates a sense of alliance with or status in that community. Very often there are multiple social identities. As I said, you belong to very different groups, and there are differences in the way you interact in those groups. It motivates actions either for or against common decisions. So if you feel you are part of the group that has made some kind of decision or planned some action, you may well support it. If not, you may oppose it. And it also adds to a sense of strength of collective agency rather than acting alone. The picture, by the way, is of the wife of the head of the chief whaling captain, whose house is shown behind the jawbones of the whale, of the bowhead whale. So why are narratives important in terms of systemic risk? Taken together, they are this combination of narratives of the future and narratives of social identities, and those linked to support for or opposition to group decisions. Narratives build sense of collective agency and strengthen coordinated actions in risk response, and they provide insights into beliefs and perceptions. Two quick examples: a paper we just submitted literally today with Sherry Towers and leading on narratives in the wake of disaster, comparing the 2018 Hokkaido earthquake blackout and the 2021 Texas power grid failures. But narratives can also help to improve integrated assessment models, such as what we produced in the report in the World in 2050 at IIASA and Stockholm Resilience Center, and in the shared economic pathways. So we need empirical data on these social narratives to actually instantiate better models in the SSPs. And that leads me to another paper that we just are submitting that proposes that there is an empirical basis of using narratives in digital media and time series evidence that we propose capturing in a digital observatory of narratives of sustainability, DONS, which will be part of the Classica 2.0, the new version of the Knowledge, Learning, and Societal Change International Research Alliance. And I welcome everybody becoming involved in that. And finally, to conclude, let me just go back to looking over the horizon and remind us that the goal is to really detect these systemic risks, which have the potential to move into a crisis mode with social ecological systems, and use scenario exercises, foresight, but also attention to the social dimensions involved. And narratives are a way to provide that kind of insight, particularly in digital media, where we can see the time evolution of those narratives. Maybe a very important side note here, just in terms of science, and having been someone who has been involved quite deeply in both natural science and social science and humanities, it's the importance of valuing qualitative data, as in the narratives, along with quantitative data, and providing both in an integrated way to improve governance of systemic risks. And I think this is a part of what we need in moving to transformative pathways towards sustainable futures. So thank you very much for thinking about this with me, and thank you for the opportunity to join this distinguished group.
Thank you, Ilan, for wonderful presentation, including the systemic risk cycles from shock, stable status, and the recovery, and also definition of crisis, and finally, showing how important the narratives are by introducing some local communications. As you said, these three lectures are compensated each other. And we understand that for you, Ilan, Professor Chabay, it is a very inconvenient time of the day. So we are sorry that you cannot join the panel discussion. But as you introduce many Japanese examples in your talk, we do hope to welcome you again in Japan and continue discussions. Thank you very much. So with this, I'm closing the panel session, the keynote session, and go back to Jill for the announcement. And let me thank again the wonderful three lectures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kasuga, for guiding that so well. So we will now be transitioning into a short break so that everybody can stretch their legs and rest your eyes ahead of the really exciting flash talks that are coming up right after the break. So we will convene again 15 past the hour. So we have 9 minutes. Thank you.
Humans are now the dominant force on Earth. We are a big world on a small planet. Today, human activities threaten our global commons, the shared resources that ensure a habitable planet. The rapidly warming Arctic, dying coral reefs, destructive global wildfires, and even the ongoing pandemic are some of the clearest signals yet that we are destabilizing vital natural systems and undermining our own well-being. The need to better understand the interconnections between the environment and human societies has never been greater. Now, the Earth Commission is bringing together leading researchers from around the world to establish scientific guardrails to maintain Earth's life support systems.
The more we learn of the Earth system, the more we realize that we are at risk of crossing tipping points, irreversible thresholds that could push us away from the desired state to support humanity. Fundamentally, we've never been at this juncture before, where we are at risk of pulling the rug under the feet of our ability to support human well-being. And that is the entry point for the Earth Commission.
The Earth Commission is trying to figure out whether we can come up with these targets for systems beyond climate change. In the area of climate change, we already have the target of 1.5 to 2 degrees, but in other areas like biodiversity, in the area of land degradation, in the area of fresh water and oceans, we still have to figure out what kind of targets are necessary.
So countries have taken all sorts of commitments, at the global level with the Climate Convention, with the Sustainable Development Goals. But then what happens down to smaller scale, local governments, down to cities, down to companies? And so the focus of the Earth Commission on, identifying the targets to begin with, and then partitioning those out amongst different stakeholder groups, to me is an attractive thing to contribute to, because potentially it can have a huge amount of impact to motivate the change that everybody should be a part of. The hardships that people will face in 5 or 10 or 50 years' time will depend a lot on how soon we identify solutions and how soon we implement them.
I think having people coming from all sorts of different disciplines. It's a frontier in global sustainability science in terms of how you can bring social science and natural science together and in a truly integrated manner and come up with one single product.
The primary outcome we should be looking for is to have some sort of transformational change in the way that governments and people think about climate and think about environment. We need to influence the lives of the decision makers. We need to influence the way that young people think about the environment.
The Earth Commission, a venture of the Global Commons Alliance and Future Earth, is the first holistic attempt to define a safe and just operating space for humans on planet Earth. This groundbreaking effort will provide the foundation for the Science-Based Targets Network to develop roadmaps for cities and businesses around the globe to accelerate transformations to sustainability. Together, we can build a better future for people and the planet.
The vision of Future Earth is enormous. It's all-encompassing. It involves a profound idea that science can reach more closely with society, that science is required not only to carry out original research, to develop new ideas, but also that science, especially environmental science and earth system science, should respond to the needs of society. It's being set up in such a way where actually scientists will work directly with the users of science to come up with a common agenda that can try and deal with the sustainability challenge.
The vision of Future Earth is very straightforward. How to provide the scientific evidence that we need for a sustainable future. There is no question that business as usual will lead to an unsustainable world. We're seeing demographic change, economic growth, destruction of our biodiversity, major changes in our climate system. Business as usual will not work. What Future Earth can do is bring that evidence together. So how can the world have economic growth, but sustainable economic growth? How can the poor have the food they need, the water they need, the energy they need, without destroying the Earth's environment? So our vision is very straightforward. We want to provide the information that is required to manage the Earth system sustainably.
If we think about what Future Earth needs to accomplish in the next 10 years, for me there are two things. The one is that we need to build a new generation of researchers who are comfortable about working across fields, disciplines, sectors, geographies. And secondly, we need to, through that, ensure that the knowledge that that community produces is actually used, that our scientific knowledge is reflected in policy making and programming related to global environmental change challenges.
I hope that Future Earth will be able to act as a clearinghouse, making the research results of on sustainability accessible in a digested form, also leading to new ways of communication.
We're in the midst of a climate crisis. 5 sectors account for over 80% of the global emissions of greenhouse gases: transport, electricity, industry, land, and food sectors. Emissions, which are driven largely by the burning of fossil fuels, have increased on average by 2% per year. On the current trajectory, temperatures will rise 4 to 5 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Science tells us that to avoid the worst impacts, we need to keep global average warming well below 2 degrees. To do this, we need to cut emissions in half in the next decade and get to net zero emissions by 2050. But emissions continue to rise. This is because underpinning the high-emitting sectors are social and economic systems that reinforce our carbon-intensive society. The power dynamics, norms, values, and worldviews embedded in the dominant governance, economic, and cognitive systems are maintaining and reinforcing our carbon-intensive society and must be disrupted. 4 digital disruptors have the potential to unleash transformations toward a climate-safe world. First, unprecedented transparency. Satellites and other remote sensors, in cell phones and elsewhere, are making transparency the norm and privacy harder to find. Second, mass collaboration. The social web and the rapid spread of mobile devices are giving rise to new ways to collaborate around the world. Third, intelligent systems. Big data, machine learning capabilities, and cloud computing have enabled smart systems that combine human and machine intelligence. And fourth, mixed reality. We are now in a time where there is a merging of real and virtual worlds. This mixed reality is shifting how we engage with each other and the world around us. Together, these 4 disruptors are already shifting current power dynamics, norms, and values. But how do we steer these disruptors toward the path we want? No one knows where these digital disruptors will lead. So far, the digital age has contributed to unsustainable production and consumption patterns, as well as increasing inequities around the world. It is time to leverage these disruptions to drive the change we want to see. This will take researchers, innovators, policymakers, and citizens working together around the world. Future Earth's Sustainability in the Digital Age initiative is.
On behalf of all the organizers, we hope you had a great break and are ready for a really exciting set of flash talks by our invited early career researchers. Let us now welcome the moderator of this exciting session, Professor Kazuhiko Moji, Dean of School of Global Humanities and Social Sciences of Nagasaki University. Professor Moji, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening. Welcome to this flash talk from young researchers at the 7th International Forum on Sustainable Future in Asia, 7th NIES International Forum. This 75-minute session, we have 11 speakers, and 11 speakers, for each speaker will talk about 5 minutes about their research or research interest findings, and some questions related to keynote speech. I think that there are 3 purposes of this flash talk. One is giving the opportunity of young researchers, or probably that's one, you may find a very good partner in the future to make research or some activities. So please actually utilize these opportunities. And the second is interaction between expert and young researchers. So dialogue among the experts and young researchers are very important. So I would like to ask all the flash talk speakers to find out some relations between your research interest and the topics of keynote. Then please make some questions, okay? So if possible, for one each the keynote speakers, but it's not just as you like. And thirdly, that by doing so, we'd like to make a very constructive discussion and among panelists and audience in the panel discussion, which makes that a further collaboration of that society and science. So please keep in mind these 3 purposes, and please start. And your time for each is 5 minutes. And as we have 75 minutes, we have 15 to 20 minutes, so final discussion. So we'll make some discussions and select questions for the panel discussion. Okay, let me invite the first flash talk speaker, Carissa Ferreira from the Philippines. She will talk about marine ecosystem. And okay. Carissa, your floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and
Thank you very much, Professor Moji, for the introduction. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers, guests, and fellow participants. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the 7th NIES International Forum organizers for the invitation to be part of this very important discussion. I would also like to extend my gratitude to RIHN and the Terra School for opening possibilities and laying the foundation for effective transdisciplinary research that will help young researchers like me to participate in efforts to solve transgenerational problems and push forward the necessary societal transformation. This afternoon, I will be sharing a story of environmental pollution due to mariculture, such as what you can see in this slide, and the possible solutions that are being co-designed and are planned to be co-designed with stakeholders to solve this wicked problem. This photo was taken in March of 2020 before the pandemic, and you can see here the numerous mariculture structures such as fish cages along the Giguanan Channel in Bolinao and Anta, Pangasinan, Philippines. These structures are used for rearing milkfish, or in our local name, bangus, that the municipality supply to the other parts of the country and exports to other parts of the world. You can also see here rafts that are being used for oyster and mussel culture, indicating the importance of the area for multiple mariculture products. Next slide, please. The past 2 decades of repeating incidences of harmful algal blooms, hypoxia, and fish kills experienced in the shared waters of these municipalities is due to the eutrophication from intensive and extensive mariculture activities. Intensive in such a way that the fish are being fed too much with the wrong perception that the fish will grow faster if fed with a lot of feeds, which reflects the improper feeding practices in the area. The map on the lower left shows the extent of the coverage of fish cages, which are located in relatively deeper areas, more than 8 meters in depth, and are depicted by orange symbols. And also those of fish pens that are found in relatively shallower areas, about 3 meters depth, and are shown in green. The concern for the problem was triggered by a major fish kill in 2002, when the carrying capacity for mariculture activities in Bolinao was exceeded and resulted in huge economic loss. Although since 2003, the carrying capacity in Bolinao has been observed, harmful algal blooms, hypoxia, and fish kills continue to happen. And this is because of the lack of carrying capacity studies in the adjacent municipality of Anda, but also because of the non-acknowledgement of the role of people in causing the problem. This can be seen in the conventional definition of eutrophication, which doesn't seem to point to cultural practices that are the cause of the problem. Thus, with the use of the term cultural eutrophication, we are highlighting the major role of humans as the conduit of source of pollution, and also recognize the power of humans for creating solutions for transforming the current situation. Next slide, please. Despite the increasing number of scientific publications that decipher the mechanisms of pollution and other very interesting results, the gap between science and policy remains. So I will be sharing 5 possible solutions that could be co-designed with different stakeholders at the site. First is the socio-environmental report card, which is actually a science communication tool that synthesizes scientific and traditional knowledge and translates this information into a format that will help develop an awareness of the problem, instill accountability, and encourage action. This effort was spearheaded by the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science and involves 6 steps, which include identifying basin values and threats, choosing indicators, defining thresholds for indicators, calculating scores and determining grades, communicating results, and finally, science-based policy implementation. In 2019, we have started meeting the stakeholders for the development of socio-environmental report card. In addition, we will also need science communication tools that will relay our message for different stakeholders of different ages. Next slide, please. The greatest challenge to recovering from pollution is behavioral change, which makes incorporation of human inputs into models another important solution. Recently, a modeling effort conducted at the site predicted increased ratios of above-ground biomass of seagrasses with the improvement of water quality upon reduction of fish feed input, and showed the possibility of the reappearance of seagrass species in sites where the seagrasses have disappeared. This is an interesting result that gives birth to other questions, such as what is the effect of the reduction of fish feed input to carbonate chemistry, and how many years will it take for the pH of the surface waters to increase again to present-day ocean conditions and recover from ocean acidification. Next slide, please. The third solution is the co-designing of transdisciplinary research that involves livelihood. This figure shows the spheres that are being taken into consideration by a research program to be implemented in the area, which encompasses understanding ocean health, bioremediation, and livelihood by carrying out monitoring efforts, organismal experiments, and social dialogues, highlighting the need to incentivize positive action of behavioral change. The fourth solution in this next slide is adaptive governance. There have been already several frameworks for adaptive governance, but I'd like to highlight the need for site-specific adaptive governance in helping solve the problem. Next slide, please. And lastly, there is a need for sustained engagement efforts with stakeholders in a defined timeline, which could be anchored in the societal targets of the Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development Targets. Scientists and researchers such as us in the symposium represent only a small percentage of the we in the science we need for the ocean we want. The challenge remains to continue the collective effort in carrying out this solution. And that is all, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Carissa. Very clear presentation. Not only technological solution, but what stakeholder. There are many stakeholders, so that societal actually solution is very needed. Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the next speaker. Next speaker is Dr. Asmawati Muhammad. She's from the Applied Science with Islamic Studies program, Academy of Islamic Studies, University Malaysia. So, Asmawati, floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and greetings to all the audience. Thank you very much, Professor, and all organizers for inviting me to share some insights on religious motivations for environmental advocacy at University Malaya through the Green Moss Living Lab program. And basically, this research is dedicated to address the following sustainable development goals, especially regarding quality education, responsible consumption and production, climate action, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and partnerships for the goals. Next slide, please. To introduce this project, Imarah Green Moss is an action research based in Academy of Islamic Studies, which advocates sustainability practices among Academy of Islamic Studies students, which is a special religious group in the campus, in particular, and also the community at large. If we can see, currently 48 countries are Muslim majority countries worldwide, including Malaysia. So that's why we think it is very important for us to do something related to the climate action, since it was reported that the lowest climate change adaptive capacity is found among countries with Muslim majorities. So we need to find solutions to address this adaptation capacity. Basically, when we refer to the religious scriptural in the Quran and Sunnah teachings, we may find a lot of instructions and religious teachings that call our adherents to have a peaceful coexistence with the natural world. And for example, in this Quranic ayah, God says in the Quran, He brought you into being out of the earth and made you thrive thereon. I choose to highlight the words istamara, which means, as interpreted by the scholar, the word istamara in this Quranic verse refers to the meaning of made human being to thrive thereon, and also for them to have a productive utilization of the earth resources that conforms to the Islamic teachings. And In execution of the Green Mosque project, this is the location of our research. In execution of the Green Mosque project, we focusing on intensifying capacity building of Imara Eco-Friends, who are volunteers group among the Islamic studies students through knowledge transfer, capacity building, and community engagement programs. We also emphasize on inculcating cultural translation of pro-environmental behavior from the Quran and Sunnah teachings. Okay, next slide, please. Motivations that underpinning the Imara Green Mosque is first to stop littering in the community, because this is the most serious problem that we face in Malaysia. Second, to inculcate Islamic ethical values, as well as to raise awareness on social responsibilities and duties of Muslims towards environmental sustainability. And throughout this research, we find that religion plays an influential role in developing new patterns among our community towards pro-environmental behavior. And third motivations to conduct this research is to revive the role of mosque as an excellent center to develop and engage an ecologically literate Muslim community. And motivation number 4 is to develop a strong culture of sustainability based on the Quran and Sunnah teachings, which very much emphasis on water conservation, energy conservation, waste management, and also planting trees and green vegetation. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, here is the real challenges and scenario. Previous slide. Previous slide, please. Okay, real problem that we face in our community is about solid waste management, especially textile waste. Okay, so Islam as a way of life actually very much contradict to this behavior of waste problem. So throughout the Green Mosque program, we have focusing on knowledge transfer to instill religious instructions to our community by instilling the Quran and Sunnah messages. For example, we cite some prophetic traditions as illustrated here. The Prophet has used to live in his house where he used to stitch his garment, repair his shoes, and work as other men work in their houses. So Islamic teachings from this text can be referred to as emphasis on Muslim community and all humanity to consider recycling and fixing their things before buying new items, which is really encouraged to reduce waste. Okay, next slide, please. In order to address this problem, we have initiated community engagement program to reduce textile waste, especially through Lestari Shop. And Lestari Shop serves as a collection center for pre-loved items, especially textile clothes, that we encourage our Muslim community to give it for sadaqah, which is donations and charity. 3 mechanisms are used in this approach, which is first, we introduce green sale for the people to donate, and then the center, Lestari Shop, reselling pre-loved items with low price in order for the mosque to generate their income. And another steps that we provide in Lestari Shop is we organize eco-free market, as you may see in this local news coverage. Students, Imara Eco Friends, the Volunteers Club have conduct conduct a Eco Free Market to educate the community that it is very important for them to recycle the textiles. And what is happy, it involves all the community, including the young kids, which is very happy to receive the toys and bags from the donations program. Next.
Mati, time is up. Please, actually, that's a wrap up.
Okay, as a conclusion, we are so much optimistic, especially to see the record here, total textile collected, impact projection of replicability, Eco-MOS project. We can have to reduce waste reduction for about 7,833,128 kilograms per year if we implement this project all over Malaysian mosques. Okay, and lastly, I would like to thank you to all the audience for listening. Thank you very much.
Samawati, thank you very much. It's a really interesting actually trial, and I hope that this activity is actually scale up to the nation or even over the nation to the all Islamic countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay, next I'd like to invite Sudatsetse Balt, okay, from Mongolia. Hi, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Sudatsetse Balt. Yeah, I'm representing the Mongolian Academy of Sciences and Future Earth National Committee for Mongolia. Today, I also collaborating with the Dr. Pato, who is represented the Ministry of Education and Science and also the National Committee for Mongolia. Today, I will not explain about our research, but just explaining about our committee, how it's working and what kind of the challenges we have and how to we approach them. In this case, firstly, okay, next slide, please. Yeah, firstly, I would like to little bit explain about our committee. Our committee was updated the last year. Currently, we have the 20 members from 16 organizations. Our gender composition is very compatible. For example, like 55% of people are from female and 45% are males. Our member composition is very compatible this time. For example, like 45% are from scientists and 30% from practitioners and 5% from policymakers. These are the very good composition for continuing our committee activities. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yes, our national committee is more focusing on the science policy pathways initiative in Mongolia. For example, like this initiative is initiated from Future Earth Global, but our national committee is also supporting this initiative. For example, next slide, please. Sorry, next. Okay, thank you. For example, the last year we have organized the science policy pathways workshop. And from that workshop, we have concluded the 3 key findings, which is main problems in Mongolia. For example, like first one is that we have no formal structure or units to supporting this science-based policy making in Mongolia. In this case, we have to establish this kind of the formal structure based on the Mongolian Academy of Sciences. And the second one is we have no very good interaction or communication between the policymakers and also scientists. In this case, we need to expand in some of the activities such as like Science Policy Week or something like that. That kind of the very interactive activation we needed. The third one is we have no interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary resources in Mongolia. That's why we need to propose in this kind of the projects, research projects. Okay, next slide, please. Yes, to supporting this initiatives, we are proposing the three main activities. For example, first one is we would like to propose in the inter and transdisciplinary resources to the National Science Foundation. This we are now working on the documentations. The second one is we need to expand in the early career networks. In this work, we would like to expand in the early careers under the National Committee. The third one is we will be organizing the Science Policy Week. For example, this year, late of October, we will be organizing the one week activities. That is that activities more focusing on the scientists will be explain their scientific outputs to the policymakers. Then policymakers may be if they're needed some of the good ideas or suggestions, they can be collaborating. These are three planning this year. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this one is my last slide. The National Committee and also the Mongolian Academy of Sciences developing the interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary research proposal because National Science Foundation is always calling there some research proposal, but basically on the basic research or applied researches or some innovative grants. But they have no interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary research proposal. That's why we are supporting them to call in the proposals on inter and transdisciplinary researches. If they can call in this kind of the proposals, it can be supporting the multi-stakeholders collaboration and also can be solving some major societal challenges. Yeah, in this case, that our committee and also the Mongolian Academy of Sciences will be making the very good linkages between science policies, science policies, and we would like to building some official working environment in Mongolian Academy of Science between the Ministry of Education and Science. Yeah, finally, this one is our collaboration, but in this case, we needed some of the supporters from our this group. Maybe today's the three keynote speakers or the other our collaborators and the attendants, if they have a very good experiences on these proposals, maybe please help to me or help to our committee to supporting this kind of the works. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sudan Tete. Actually, that's a very good effort to actually organizing the Mongolian national level future Earth activities. And I hope your transdisciplinary activities goes on. Thank you very much. So the next speaker, first speaker is Miss Nobelia Triano from Indonesia.
Yes.
She's now in the Nagasaki University. So Nobelia, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Moji. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. Keynote speaker, panelists, guests, and organizer, also other participants. Thank you for giving me the opportunity for this session of Flash Talk. Today, I am going to talk about a research idea titled Elucidation of Corporate Demand for carbon offset credits of carbon dioxide absorption by forest management Taking Nagasaki Prefecture in Japan as an example. Next slide, please. As in the global level, have a Paris Agreement as a response to combat the climate change, which many nations have been following up to take actions and strategy. In Japan, government has declared to be carbon neutral and committed to zero emission by 2050 and continuing Japan target emission reduction 46% by 2030, as well as encourage the Sustainable Development Goals to be implemented in all sectors in the country. Further, this trend has formed many market mechanisms due to reduced emissions. For instance, the carbon offset, which refers activity that compensates for an avoiding emission for CO2 by providing for an emission reduction elsewhere. The fund or compensation then generates the credit as an offsetting. The credit can become from the several activities such as project of renewable energy, energy-saving technology, utilization, or even credit from the CO2 absorption from forest management, namely forest carbon credit. Standing as a corporation side, where it requires somehow to reduce their emission of the business from their activity or their value chain. Then this research particularly want to focus on the SMEs or small, medium-sized enterprises. Big number of SMEs in Japan are increasing. Besides, they are now have to reduce the emission. It is interesting to know how the SMEs deal with the responsibility to reduce their emission. As in a national scale, it already have in Japan already have the certified credit system called J-Credit, which allow company to purchase the credit. Since generating the credit is voluntary manner, how is the CMEs would consider the type of credit they are willing to obtain, which usually they lot considers about the cost effectiveness. In Nagasaki, this potential market can be give more benefit to local scale, especially in the existing forest, which in Japan, a lot of existing forests provided the valuable services direct and directly, but the many forest area are left due to low price and many unmaintained forests. This potential scheme of forest carbon credit can make maybe a bridge for the sustained forest management in Nagasaki Prefecture. And again, because this is a voluntary, needs to identify the beneficiaries' attributes of forest management to create the potential demand on this credit, forest sequestration credit. Then this lead to the objective, what factors and motivation that influence the SMEs to undertake the carbon offset project, and what is the demand of the companies for various attributes for absorption credits by forest management. Next slide, please. In general, the conceptual framework of the research is to find out the environmental ethic business through the CSR in the company as a start point to identify the motivation of the company to take the voluntary scheme to their business account. Hypothesis 1 and 2, the stronger of intrinsic and extrinsic CRR motivation of the business leader, the more voluntary initiative of CMEs will undertake. And the strong voluntary initiative of business would increase the potential demand of forest carbon credit, which is also figure out other beneficiaries. Then the hypothesis 4, the strong tendency of the CSR activities related to the environment, the more potential demand of the forest carbon credit would be. While the forest carbon credit will be created from several attributes and measured in willingness to pay. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Here's the process. Since this project is progressing, we are in undertaking the step 4 while we are going to do the survey. Next slide. From the preliminary interview with some sectors, we found that there is a demand for forest carbon offset in local oriented in Nagasaki. And the Nagasaki Carbon Offset Council that have been created have struggled to disseminate the information about this carbon offset. Then the company seems to have low efforts to reduce their emissions there. However, they have the short-term target to do so. Then we see that the company somehow take the SDGs into account further. We expect 150 to 200 SMEs will join in this survey. Next slide.
May I wrap up, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Since the research is progressing, we want to expect that we can elucidate the demand of the particular mechanism, forest carbon credit and their attributes before the market created in Nagasaki Prefecture. And we disseminate the concept of offsetting to the SMEs and raise their awareness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nobelia. Actually, this presentation is directly related to Dr. Leena's keynote speech. So please make some questions to Dr. Leena. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Please write down in the chat box. Okay.
Yes.
Next, I would like to invite Ms. Lan Fin from graduate program in sustainability science at the University of Tokyo. So, Ms. Lan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Moji. So, hello, everybody. Hello, our distinguished guests, keynote speakers, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. So, my name is Lam. I'm currently a master's student in the University of Tokyo. It is my great pleasure to be here today. In my presentation today, I would like to talk about incorporating human well-being in urban blue spaces as a gateway for sustainability. Next slide, please. The world is rapidly urbanizing, with more than half of the world population is now reside in urban areas. City and urban spaces, by virtue of their population density and the dynamically interacting processes, are truly interlinked socio-ecological systems. Many local and national government has identified that investment in blue and green spaces can be a very cost-effective measure to improving the well-being of urban residents. However, there are many significant challenges related to unsustainable urbanization, ecosystem degradation, intensive tourism, and environmental justice. Investment in urban blue-green spaces to improve human well-being relate to many sustainable development goals. For example, number 3, good health and well-being, number 11, sustainable cities and community, and number 15, life on land. So it is very important to maximize the positive contributions of urban blue and green spaces to human well-being. Next slide, please. So more often, policymakers pay more attention to the material and tangible services provided by the ecosystem. Here in my presentation, I would like to direct your attention to the cultural aspects of ecosystem. Cultural ecosystem services is defined as the non-material benefits people obtain from ecosystem. Let's say if we have a park, going to the park can provide opportunity for recreational and leisure activity. The park is very beautiful, so it can provide us the aesthetic values and is improving the mental health and physical health and give us opportunity for spiritual fulfillment. This can also source of inspiration for artwork, and interacting with nature can also improving our education and our knowledge about culture and provide like a sense of belonging and a sense of place as a place we grow up. So understanding the mechanisms linking cultural ecosystem services and human well-being, designing appropriate policy to leverage the well-being outcomes contributed by ecosystems, and mitigating the negative human impacts on the ecosystem are essential for policy and practice for natural resource management. Next slide, please. So in my master thesis, I aim to elucidate different mechanisms linking cultural ecosystem services from urban blue spaces and human well-being, and try to identify how this information can be used to inform urban planning and public health policy. I conducted 2 objectives. The first one is a systematic review, in which I try to systematize different mechanisms linking cultural ecosystem services from urban blue spaces and human well-being. And then I use a case study in Da Nang City in Vietnam to investigate the outcome of well-being at individual scale and collective scale. I try to understand the synergies, trade-offs, feedback system in the management of urban blue spaces, and try to incorporate the concept of human well-being in policy-making process. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in terms of how to talk about my result, I would like to bring attention to the incorporation of the concept of human well-being in urban blue spaces planning as a gateway for urban sustainability. Our research introduced the emerging concept of landscape multifunctionality and reconnecting people to nature in policy-making process to maximize the outcome of well-being contributed by blue ecosystem. First, we would like to support the approach of landscape multifunctionality to promote the interactive and simultaneous operation of different functions of urban blue spaces. So instead of focus only on recreational and tourism service, we can expand the portfolio of the functions, for example, educational values, spiritual values, cultural values of the nature. And second, we call for policy to reconnect people to nature for sustainable biodiversity management. Our research shows that focusing on inner connections, such as cognitive connections to enhancing learning and capability, cohesive and emotional connections to promoting connectedness and belonging, and psychological connections to mental health are more likely to have stronger effect on the outcomes, rather than the outer connections, such as money or remunerative connections. So this will help improve the health and well-being of urban residents and engage them in ecosystem management initiatives to achieve sustainable development. So this is our result from the master thesis. So thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Ilan, for a very clear speech and time for timekeeping. Actually, Danan is a very beautiful place, and I hope that residents of the Danan has a more good human well-being. So I believe it's a very good case study, and please expand it in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, I would like to invite Dizzy Ekawati from IPB University, Bogor, Indonesia. Dizzy, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Moji. Very good afternoon from here, Bogor, Indonesia. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers of this valuable opportunity in the International Forum on Sustainable Future in Asia. So my name is Daisy. I'm a third-year student of doctor course at the Graduate School of Natural Resources Environmental Management Science, IPB University, Bogor, Indonesia. In this valuable forum, I would like to present part of my dissertation research entitled The Enablers and the Barriers for Community-Based Bamboo Industry Development in Ngada Regency, East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. Next slide, please. So recently, there was a new paradigm on the forestry sector in Indonesia, where the aspect of management and utilization of the forest not only focus on the timber or wood product. Currently, the value of forest products can be generated from non-timber forest products and environmental services. So bamboo has been designated as the NTFP champion in Indonesia. However, the management and its utilization not yet optimized. So we conducted the study in Ngada Regency, this is in East Nusa Tenggara Province, with these following backgrounds: that there is a high potential of bamboo resources, including culture, local wisdom, knowledge related with the bamboo and owned by the communities. And the government had been designated Ngada Regency as the center of excellence for community-based bamboo industry. And that integrated the up sectors and down sectors through the mechanism people, public, private, partnership, or 4P. But still, there's a good opportunity there, but there's also challenges in implementation. So therefore, the objective of our study here is to evaluate the enablers and barriers in developing community-based bamboo for the engineered bamboo industry in Indonesia, and focusing in Ngada Regency. Next slide, please. And this is our, next slide, please. This is our study site. As you can see in the map, Indonesia is very large there, and the square red is the East Nusa Tenggara Province, and there's one island is called Flores. If you know the Komodo dragon, it's the same island with the Komodo dragon. So we conducted the study from the August 2018 until the last December in 2021. And for the methodology, we use the literature study, direct observation with the community, and also direct interaction with them, using the PRR, participatory rural appraisal, And we use the in-depth interview in some of the key person or key stakeholders, and also the focus group discussion, and qualitative descriptive analysis, stakeholder analysis, as well as the SWOT were implied to collect it and the data information. Next slide, please. And here's the result, as already mentioned in the introduction, that the Ngada Regency has a high value and potency bamboo resources, since it's very suitable for the bamboo growth there. And we found the 15 species of bamboo, but actually only 3 common species that using by the communities for the material construction, for the equipment, for the handicrafts. And in the table in the left side shows the number of bamboo clumps in each sub-district in Ngada. And in the right side, you can see that the map of the bamboo distribution taken from the satellite image of Google Earth map. So you can see there's a look like donut picture there is a bamboo. So usually the bamboo is grown surrounding by the village. Next slide, please. And this is we identify there are 7 stakeholders that strongly related with the development of community-based bamboo industry. The Ngada, bamboo farmers, sub-tribe groups, we call it SAO, and also the leader of the sub-tribe, the local government, the regency and the provincial level, and also the central government. And the important thing is the existing of the private sectors as an off-taker. Next slide, please.
It's 14 hours.
And the enablers and the barriers on the developing community-based bamboo industry in Ngada, we are analyzed by this using the SWOT analysis. And as the enablers, we found 3 important high potential bamboo resources, the commodity social capital, and also the designated Ngada as a center of excellence. And also the external is the market opportunities for wood substitute bamboo products. And also the factory that built by the investor as the enablers. And the barriers, in other hand, we still found the challenges here from the internal and the external. Next slide, please.
Deji, please wrap up, please.
Yes, this is the conclusion, Sensei. So from this study, we can see that the bamboo has become part of the Ngada community in social, cultural, and livelihood, but they still use a traditional mindset on utilization about the bamboo. And they already have a strong social capital to encourage the modern use of bamboo. And there's enabler factors and barrier factors that we identified to give recommendation how to strengthen the use. And also this is to support the community-based bamboo use in restoring ecosystem, improving livelihood, and contributing the inclusive rural economic growth. Thank you very much. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very much, Sensei.
Thank you, Deji. So bamboo is very interesting material and may save the earth. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so next, that's we invite Dr. Tan Dok Guen. He belongs to Nagasaki University Graduate School of Engineering. Tan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for a very good opportunity for my idea today. Actually, I'm very young researcher, therefore I don't have a lot of things to share today. However, back to very fundamental problem in the science. Actually, statistics nowadays not really focused on by the scientists because it's a little bit difficult and it may in the future work. Therefore, nowadays the scientists have to back again. How can they treat the data after they have the final concision? And therefore, in statistics, we have only 2 ways for data analysis. That is frequency and Bayesian analysis approaches to environmental assessment. And I will introduce you very gentle about this. Next slide, please. Okay, in the left-hand side photo, you can see some kids with fishing in the very polluted water, and we actually can find such photo in developing country. And In environmental assessment point of view, we actually cannot understand well if the polluted will affect on the human or not, because we cannot directly investigate the human health because it's not in field. Therefore, in environmental assessment, sometimes we will take directly the water from polluted polluted ecosystem, for example, in lake, and then we will use alternative organism. For example, here I will show you that's a very tiny and very sensitive model organism. Okay, and then we will take the water and we culture them in polluted environment, polluted water, and then we will compare with the animals in very clean condition. We call this control. And unfortunately, in model animals, we have several indicators. For example, gas, for example, hertz, for example, S and I's, something like that, to compare between the animals in polluted condition and animals in clean condition. After we do experiment around 10 days or more than 10 days, we'll get the data at the plots in the top, as you can see. For example, I will use the number of S to compare between the animals in polluted and the animal in the clean condition. And by your eyes, we actually can see that the number of S of animals in polluted condition is lower than the control. That means maybe the condition of the water where the fish in the fish is not actually good. Okay, and unfortunately, even though our eyes say that the water may be polluted because it's lower than the control. However, sometimes we get the t-test with p-value 0.051. I believe every or most of researchers here sometimes get such result 0.051, and therefore we have to say that the water may be clean for fishing. Oh my goodness, this may be important, but we actually say so because statistically show this result. And therefore, today, that's a very small sample. However, I think everybody have to understand about this one for the future research. Next slide, please. Therefore, very short time for introduce my idea. Therefore, I will give you very quick and very important key messages about my idea. We have to know that maybe we miss UV value so far. Okay, as the sample I show you. And another way for data analysis is Bayesian method. Nowadays, Bayesian method will be increased used in the science because it helps you to correctly do in the comparison instead of t-test with p-value 0.05. This is maybe not good for our research. And finally, in the future, maybe you cannot see p-value because p-value nowadays have been banished by a lot of journals in the world. For example, you can see the photo about the Nature publisher. One of very important news of the Nature publisher show that in society, they have banned the p-value in the research. Therefore, in the future, I get around 10 years or 20 years later, if you publish the paper with p-value, this may be rejected by several publishers. And this is my research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tan. Actually, this problem is also very, very important. We rely on evidence, but well, no data is perfect. So how to interpret or how to make statistics and how to make decision is very important issues. So I hope your progress in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So next, I would like to invite Dr. Shinichiro Asayama. She's from NIES. Okay, Asayama-san, floor is yours.
Thank you, Moji Sensei, and thank you everyone to be part of here. And thank you for inviting me here. Like I really enjoy actually the listening to the other speakers, active research from diverse set of like young, early career researchers. So I'll be very happy to be part of that. So for my part, I do not talk about my active research, but I'd like to give you some view on how to understand the intricate relationship between science and society and policy. And in particular, I wanted to talk about how we could understand the meaning of the co-productions in two different ways. And then perhaps as audience already familiar with the activity of the future Earth, and you may know like there's growing interest among particularly the sustainability scientists and global among researchers about the idea of co-productions and like the future Earth, particularly like emphasizing as a core pillar of their activities as transdisciplinary research and co-design and co-productions. And then this idea of the co-productions largely comes from the need for the solution-oriented researchers and help solve the real-world problem in society. And then particularly the co-productions is used as a concept to try to stress the necessity of stakeholder engagement into scientific research, aiming to increase the political relevance and also the political legitimacies. And then, without the stakeholder engagement and public engagement, how we can like scientists keep in the legitimacy to solving the real world problem. So that's the kind of the way how the co-production ideas is sort of emerged. But this sort of idea of the view on the co-productions is quite evident, and also the use of term with the usable knowledges. Then making the knowledge is usable through the process of co-productions or the engagement of stakeholders, and then taking into their interests and a priority to the research. But I want to point it out, there's another view, a different way of looking at the concept of co-productions, and taking a more wider view on the relationship between science and policies. And I could suggest like there's two different layers or meanings of co-productions. One is what I said, like the quite common in the sustainable scientists is a practical or procedural sense of the co-productions. It's more like looking into the science-society relations on the micro level. And another way of looking at the co-production is more social and philosophical sense, and taking a wider view of the science and society relations in a more like a macro level. And then practical producer sense of co-productions, it is quite common, and then in global like environmental research and as well as sustainability scientists, and then focusing on how to bring science and society together and producing the usable knowledges, and hopefully help solve the real world problems such as climate change and COVID-19 crisis and so on. And then on the other hand, the philosophical or social philosophical sense, like and view on the co-productions, it is a kind of common view to in the field of like science technology studies, SDS, and then try recognizing the science and policies inseparably intertwined together, and then science actually is a part of the larger politics of the larger part of the politics. And so the producing the scientific knowledge will inevitably co-produce and social political orders. And this is quite evident in the science of COVID-19, but also it is quite also evident to the climate change. And I would like to take example of the IPCC assessment is the exemplified two different meanings of co-productions. On the one hand, IPCC can be understood as a process of co-productions from procedural and practical procedural sense. And because IPCC report is a product both by the scientists and the national governments, through the extended peer review processes. Because the IPCC report has to go to not only from the usual expert reviews, but also have to go to the governmental review. And then particularly summary for policymaker, SPM, of all the IPCC report must be approved line by line by all government delegates. And
okay, thank you. Please wrap up.
Okay, yeah. So through this process of corporate actions, IPCC can gain the political legitimacy there. But on the other hand, IPCC report also constitutes the key political events and it generating huge public and immediate interest and gaining like the public and in shaping the public discourse on climate change in society. So the IPCC report is not only about the scientific knowledge, producing science knowledge, but it's also the kind of way to try to lead into the wider recognitions of the try to shaping the political discourse and what the society has to deal with and for climate change. So to sum up, in some way, like the corporate actions, we could understand very two different ways of the corporate actions, and I think we need to understand the scientists has to be cognizant of this particularly wider sense of the corporate actions, and science has never been the politically neutral. It is very much part of the politics. So, and I think that's the kind of very important part of that. And sorry for the long talk, and that's my.
No, thank you very much. You raise a very important point. Actually, that's no science is away from the politics. So that's what you mentioned about practical procedural sense and a social philosophical sense of relationship between the science and society. So thank you very much. Okay. So next presenter is Hiroki Hashizume. Okay. He's from Nagasaki University. Hiroki, floor is yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Moji Sensei. I'm Hiroki Hashizume from School of Tropical Medicine and Global Health, Nagasaki University. And I'm a PhD candidate now. I'm honored to talk here this symposium, and I really enjoying today's session, including the keynote and flash talks from young researchers. For today, the presentation title from me is a novel strategic approach to investigate mosquito fauna using environmental DNA. This is one of my research, and this is for the ecological research for infectious disease control. So next slide, please. Mosquito-borne disease is including malaria and dengue fever as one of the most important challenges for public health. And this field is very related to human activities and climate changes. The figure on the left side shows one of our targets, Aedes japonicus. This is a very popular mosquito in Japan, but this is one of the invasive species from 4 other European countries or North American countries. The distribution has extending, so this means the chance of human animals being infected mosquito-borne diseases has been increasing. So timely monitoring is very important. For the monitoring them, classically scooping water by dipper and collect the younger stage of mosquito is conducted by mosquito professional, but this is a very reliable way, but it requires numerous effort and professional skills. So next slide, please. So now we are trying to use another efficient approach, ecological approach, which is this is a environmental DNA or eDNA approach. In the field, the investigator only collects the water, so anyone can be the investigator. So this is very efficient for the timely monitoring. The eDNA method has 4 simple steps, including water collection and filtration. So this method will be efficient approach and helping to disclose for fauna in water, including mosquitoes. But for resource limited settings, some technical improvements was needed. So next slide, please. Okay, in our project, we did the 2 developments for eDNA research. The left figure shows our novel filter folder for on-site filtration. This tool enables us to filtrate on the field, so it helps us to reduce the fieldwork burden. And the graph on the right side shows this is a result of our experiment, and this means this is a result of a method we tested for the DNA preservation. Typically, DNA decrease at room temperature, but we found a way to preserve the DNA at room temperature for a month. These developments will improve experimental efficiency for eDNA research and contribute the spread of environmental DNA technique. Next slide, please. Lastly, I'd like to share our current ongoing works. The figure on the left shows one of our fields, the Mount Kompira in Nagasaki City. In the Mount Kompira, there are many types of mosquitoes, and these mosquitoes have different habitats and different behaviors depending on the species. So for the monitoring of mosquitoes, an efficient method detecting mosquito fauna is needed. So we attempt to use eDNA metabolic coding using next generation sequencing technique. This is allow us to detect the multiple and simultaneous mosquito species in same time from water samples. We are now currently modifying the experimental condition and try it very soon. We believe our progress will help for monitoring mosquito, and this data will help for decision making for mosquito-borne disease control. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Hiroki Hashizume. A very nice presentation. Actually, this kind of novel technique are needed, and medical entomology and ecological entomology are very important for that study of the future Earth and planetary health. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Well, unfortunately, next presenter, Bonjok Koo, Dr. Bonjok Koo from RIHN, she was about to talk towards public participation for effective environmental risk management, but he couldn't come. So unfortunately, that he cannot present this. Last but least, we would like to invite Dr. Obey Gotore from Nagasaki University Graduate School of Engineering. Obey, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Moji. Okay, all protocols are observed. So my name is Obey Gotore. I would like to take you through my research, engineering development of corn-derived biochar for antibiotics removal. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the main problem is when we discharge the antibiotics into the environment. So the main problem that we are actually facing is the resistance of these antibiotics. So the source of these antibiotics, normally from the hospitals, even from our homestead, from the animal production and other activities that have access to these drugs. When we have them in the environment, and if they are not removed, they actually pose a threat, which is resisting all the antibiotics in the market. And the public health is actually becomes at stake through when we take for some fruits, when we have some leisure activities, or even from fresh water. So even if we try to use other antibiotics to treat whatever the disease that we have, these antibiotics will be resisted by the bacteria. And so our health would actually jeopardized in some cases. Okay, next slide, please. So from my experiment from this laboratory, I had an idea to make use of the agricultural waste, and in this case, the corn cob. the corn cob can be taken from the field, from any agricultural field, because it is waste, but we can use that waste to our advantage so that we can be able to remove or eliminate these antibiotics from the environment. So I took this agricultural waste and prepared it. Then I pyrolyzed it using the oven for temperatures between 500 and 900, so that I can check which temperature is the best for one and also for 2 hours, the duration of pyrolysis. So after that, after the preparation, I choose the particle size between 0.2 to 1 millimeter in diameter. And I tested antibiotics and iodine in order to see how much capacity can these particle sizes remove antibiotics and iodine from the environment or from the water. As long we have seen this removal of iodine or methylene blue or antibiotics, we can give a clear estimate of how much can be removed from the environment, because their existence in the environment is actually increasing, and their removal is really very difficult, sometimes very expensive if we are to use modern equipment and modern technology. Okay, next slide, please. So my objective was to identify and evaluate stable pyrolysis conditions of this corn cob biochar in removing the cationic and anionic contaminants. Also to characterize the corn cob biochar properties and to evaluate the absorption properties. So the antibiotics that I focus much on includes ciprofloxacin and delafloxacin, because currently they are new, especially delafloxacin is a new antibiotic in the market. So these are some of the methods that I actually wanted to test and analyze the biochar using ETX, Flox meta-analysis, FTIR, FSM, point of zero charge, iodine surface area estimation, because we have to know the surface area of this biochar so that we can also estimate how much can be removed from the experiment. Okay, next slide, please. So this slide actually shows the absorption mechanism or the structure of the biochar under same image. So we can see very small holes which are at 10 which are around 900 times magnification, which means these cannot be seen by naked eye. But the moment these small holes are so many, it means the surface area is really large and great, and it can be able to remove all these antibiotics from the wastewater. And at last, we can actually model using these models, absorption kinetics and absorption isotopes. And that is my research I am really currently researching on at Nagasaki University. And I actually wanted to thank the organizers and co-organizers of this International Forum to give me this opportunity to showcase my research. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Obey. It's a very nice presentation, nice and clear presentation, and thank you for keeping time. We have now 3 minutes. I anticipate somehow that's well, because probably that many of you talk actually long time, so that we have no time for actually discussion. But those who want to actually ask questions, please write down in the chat box. And could you, all of you, can you show your face? 10 of you, thank you very much. Okay, so I enjoyed listening that's your topics, and all are related to society and science and SDGs, future Earth, or planetary health. So that is very important things. But our task, one of our tasks is to actually make questions for the next panel discussion. So please think of the relation of your research to the planetary health or future Earth and societal transformation. And if you would like to raise your question, please write down in the chat box. Okay, thank you very much. Or anybody want to say something more? Or anybody want to verbally speak your question to the keynote speakers or the panelists in the panel discussion?
Maybe I want to say.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Okay, Asayama-san, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think Dr. Chabay's point of the role of narrative is quite important. And I just want to point it out the problem. I think there's two different narratives collusion now. One is a globalist narratives to focus on more like the narrative of the future and concerning the future of planets and then climate change and other environment issues. But also there's another narratives, more nationalist narratives, the more like the kind of has a narrative for the past with nostalgia and try to keep in the society as it was looked like in the past. So this kind of the two narratives collusions, it is making more us to difficult to cope with this global scale, the challenges of climate change. So I just want to point it out how we can bridging to completely different way of understanding the narrative of the future and narrative of the past, how we can bridge these narratives and to the society move forward. And that's my question.
Yes, thank you very much. That's a very good point. And this point will be discussed in the panel discussion. Thank you very much. So because of time, as we close this flash talk session, what I enjoyed very much, and I believe that most of the audience enjoyed. And I hope your success in the future and more collaboration among us. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ojir?
Thank you very much, Professor Moji. So if you wish, there's a little bit of time if you would like to make a quick summary of the...
Yeah, I will do that. Yeah, by listening to the three panelists in the first. Okay. And Professor Emory actually just invited me to speak very shortly after the three speakers.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you very much for facilitating the flash talk so professionally. And we would like to then immediately jump into the panel discussion to both, on the one hand, deepen, but also to broaden our understanding on these topics and the relevance of the work that we have ahead of us. So the panel discussion will be facilitated by Dr. Seita Emuri. Among other roles, he is Deputy Director at the Earth Systems Division of the National Institute for Environmental Studies and well experienced in facilitating discussions on complex scientific issues. Dr. Emuri, the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much, Jill. Hello, everyone. I'm Seita Emori. I'm going to facilitate this panel discussion. So let me start. So first of all, we have 5 panelists, and 2 are from the keynote speech. Unfortunately, we have only 2 of them from the 3 keynote speakers. So let me invite again Professor Michiru Nishida from the Nagasaki University. Could you show up? Thank you. And Professor Leena Srivastava from IIASA. Could you turn on the video? Yeah, thank you. And then I'd like to introduce 3 more panelists for this from this session. Professor Akimasa Sumi, who's actually former president of our institute, National Institute of Environmental Studies. Now he's, hello, Professor Emeritus and project professor of the Institute for Future Initiatives of the University of Tokyo. And then I'd like to invite Professor Shobaka Dakar. hello, who was also formerly with us at NIES, and he's now Vice President of the Asian Institute of Technology.
Hello.
So nice to meet you again. And finally, I'd like to invite Dr. Yasuko Kameyama, who is the Director of the Social System Division of National Institute for Environmental Studies. So we have 5 panelists. And first of all, let me ask Professor Srivastava, when do you have to leave? I heard you have to leave earlier in this session. How much do you have?
I would like to leave in about 25 minutes at the latest.
25 minutes at the latest. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to listening to the 3 panelists. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but we'd like also to ask you to respond to the questions from the previous session. So let's then quickly start. The 3 presentations from the new panelists from here. But at the same time, I'd like to also ask the participants to write down your questions in the Q&A box of the Zoom. So I'd like to encourage everyone in the audience to give us any comments, questions in the Q&A box. Okay, then I'd like to invite Professor Sumi for your talk.
Okay. Okay. I briefly state my opinion about science and society. Okay, next, please. The organizer mentioned about the systematic risk are 3 components: disaster risk, ecosystem health, and pandemic risk, and financial risk. And all these, okay, the reason where the systematic risk is that the interaction between society and nature becomes large, and we cannot understand the whole picture of the interactions. That's the main reason. Next, please. Next, please. There are, I summarize the 2 types of interaction. One interaction, nature is so huge and our society is very small, such as a natural disaster, earthquakes, flood, volcano eruption. And in these cases, our effort, or there is very little room for us to do. Only we can adjust or adapt. That's one way of interaction. And the other way is that nature and society almost at equal interactions, pollution or deforestation or global warming. These 2 types have different characters. And next, please. And natural disaster, maybe the risk, this risk is widely accepted by people, and people have no objection about this is a disaster. And although there are so many unknowns, but their control is almost impossible, and adaptation is the only way. Next, please. And also we have to distinguish about time scale and the near real-time response. Okay, and this kind of disaster happens. Then maybe only way we can do is that early warning and also dissemination of information warning and evacuation. And quick response is necessary. And a longer time scale responses at regional development planning or some kind of administrative works. There are many options. That means that there are many debate and discussion. So many people's interest comes in. Next, please. And this is a radar observation, and this kind of monitoring is very powerful tool for the natural disaster and quick time responses. And these kind of monitoring or warning are strongly based on science and technology, and no doubt. Okay, and next, please. The global warming or this kind of phenomena, each people cannot, feel that issues by the personal experience. It's very difficult, and to realize the global warming issue, then maybe a scientific result or some other, this kind of information is very, very important. And also international collaboration is very crucial. Good example is IPCC. Next, please. And there is several assessment reports there, and many people, realize that warming issue by this report. Next, please. Okay, next, please. And then by many observations, due to the many people's effort, we can get this kind of increase of global mean temperature. And this kind of graph is based on the many people's effort. And then by using these figures, we can realize, oh, really that climate is warming or something like that. Next, please. And also we can get the reason. We can estimate that the reason why global climate is warming. Next, please. However, science is not always working. Scientific knowledge does not promote action immediately. In some cases, it promotes action immediately, but other cases not. Because knowledge multiplied, knowledge cannot directly to the action. Also, we have a value judgment with people. That's why we have to pay more attention to the people's values. And we have to remember, people tend to do what they like and they want to do. So usually we have to remember. And the next, please. However, still we have to do a continuous effort. Any accumulating data, this is the basis. And also easy access is the basis for the good judgment. And also fake information, this issue becomes more and more crucial. And we are going to try to avoid the fake information, but how to do it, that's a big issue. And also we have to guarantee the trust to data sources. And this is relating to the fake information, but anyway, we have to establish the trust to the data and at their conclusion. And again, communication to the public is very crucial, although it is not so efficient, but without giving, no result come. That's why we have to keep continuing to talk to the public. Next, please. The last comment. When I was a student, professor taught me that uncertainty conservation law. Usually, the logical interference cannot reduce uncertainty. Many manipulations, AI, some other information operation or manipulation of mathematics that cannot reduce uncertainty. It collects uncertainty over a wide region and put into certain area. Then by using observation or measurement or assumption or belief, this kind of action, only this kind of action can reduce uncertainty. And that means that when you use a belief, it's not always correct. And so you have to be very careful. Anyhow, AI or some other manipulations cannot reduce uncertainty. Only that kind of result quality depend on that initial information or boundary conditions as a certain knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sumi, for sharing your very insightful views on the science and society. Okay, then let's move on to the short talk by Professor Dakao. Could you start?
Yes, hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all of you. I don't have any slide, but please allow me to speak for a few minutes. So first of all, thank you to my colleagues from NIES, Tokyo University, RIHN, and Nagasaki University for this great opportunity. I think the speakers before me already provided the important insights on different dimensions of this societal transformation that we are talking of. But in this particular short intervention, I like to speak from the viewpoint of a bit of from decarbonization, where the science society nexus is very important, and especially from the perspective of developing countries. So what I want to talk few points is on some of the missing links in science and society to drive towards the societal transformation. I think I really don't need to emphasize the issue of the urgency of decarbonization. Working group of one IPCC report, which was released in August 2021, had made quite ample evidence that we are not in very good situation. Our carbon budget is limited. We'll surpass 1.5 degree warming maybe towards the early years of 2030. Carbon budget is limited. All we have seen. Also from recent COP26 meeting in UK, we also saw many revised nationally determined contributions and also net zero emission pledges. Now, still that is not enough, right? So the urgency of decarbonization is something I really don't need to highlight. But now in this urgency context, when I look at societal transformation need, I see it's hugely needed. And when I again look back to developing countries, what is happening in developing countries, especially those developing countries who are relatively in lower strata of income, I see that there are several things science should work together, not with the policymakers, but also society in order to bring up these issues so that we can move forward. I'll not talk too much into detail, but I want to talk a few areas where there is urgency from the viewpoint to deal with decarbonization. The first thing is there is a tremendous lack of knowledge support base in the developing country in order to support rapid decarbonization that we need. There is a lack of knowledge in terms of accumulated knowledge base locally. There are lots of research being done in cooperation, collaboration here and there from support from the international donors or support from research community, but it is not building up accumulated knowledge base in many of these lower income developing countries. So what we can do about it in order to build a local knowledge base, this is very, very important aspect. And why I'm saying is this, because inability to vet local knowledge base will not help us to devise solutions which we need. And even to sensitize a society, that knowledge base is very much important, but that knowledge base is very, very fragmented. And there is a lack of center of excellence on multiple aspects of decarbonization. There is a lack of long-term nurturing of the knowledge integration and working consistently to make sure that accumulated knowledge base persists. So that is one area where I think science community need to work for a societal transformation, because that knowledge is vital to really stimulate the society. And now the second point I want to make is there is a huge undervaluation of the co-benefits of decarbonization. For example, what are the co-benefits of decarbonization to nature, to ecosystem, to health, to pollution, to congestion, to energy security, you name it. We have lots of such interaction of of the decarbonization with multiple aspects, and that co-benefit is not assessed properly. And that assessment is very important because assessment of the co-benefit is a very good tool in order to sensitize society and to appreciate need for decarbonization and some of the cost and benefit associated with us. And that way we can push the policymakers a little bit by sensitizing society also. So this undervaluation of co-benefits of, I would not say only undervalued, but properly not valued co-benefit of decarbonization. This is where I think the science society things also need to be taught. And also, other point I want to bring into this discussion is our inability to showcase leapfrogging technology or leapfrogging opportunities, either from technology, behavioral change, new market prospects of these all low carbon and sustainability practices. We are developing countries in many sense are not yet locked into particular infrastructure. That lock-in is much loose there. Latecomers benefit and advantage. We are slow to tap. So how to make this leapfrogging opportunities to play? That is very important because that is very important to sensitize society, bringing from research and science perspective. And one important point I also like to highlight is, I think many colleagues also earlier mentioned that need for the informed communication and dialogue, not only between research and policy community, but basically science and social stakeholders, especially role of the media, and there that kind of sensitization, that kind of dialogue is extremely important. And if you look at developing countries, there the media is not that up to the level that we want in order to address the different science communication, important science communication, which can help transform society and their thoughts, and we can push a lot of leverage there to the policymakers to different actions. So this improving science society conversation dialogue, and especially working with the media and communication, that is one area which is utterly lacking in developing country from the perspective of decarbonization. And last point I'll make is there is not too much appreciation for economy-wide policy instruments or economy-wide actions that are urgently needed to address this transformative pathways on which we need to move. So how to actually from researcher side, how to bring that up, their importance, that is very important in the developing country context. So I summarize my quick few minutes by saying that I see huge opportunity for international scientific networks and the research community that we have gathered today, especially Future Earth, and our stakeholders, to work with developing country in terms of partnering with them to build the local knowledge base, and also sensitizing local research community and especially science academy to put a decarbonization into priority, and also sensitize the role for this co-benefits, and especially for science society dialogue. I think these are very essential part. Of course, we know that there are lots of things need to do for rapid decarbonization, but from science perspective, I think there is still huge role for us in the scientific community as a network to really work with developing country. So I can take up more questions as we go forward. Thank you, Imori-san.
Thank you very much, Professor Dakao, for your developing countries' perspective on the urgent situation of the knowledge gap and also the opportunity. And then the turn is for Dr. Kamea, but to securely keep the time for us to listen from the Professor Srivastava, may I change the order And even before that, introduction from the Professor Moji of the summary of the flash talks, but I guess I'd like to ask Professor Srivastava to give us some comments based on the previous two, maybe reflecting the previous two short talks and also your impression from the flash talks. And also your final message to us before leaving.
That's a lot to ask, but once again, I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I cannot agree more with the points that Shubhakar has just made on democratization of science and the role of creating a knowledge-based society in being able to move forward with the societal transformations that we are looking at. We are living today in an atmosphere of mistrust. And that mistrust is there at all levels. And particularly, I think there is a lack of trust with science. And a large part of that problem is because we are not communicating science effectively to our different stakeholders, whether it is governments or the policymakers or whether it is society. Part of the problem, I do believe, is that science needs to move forward a few steps and be able to talk to and integrate the viewpoints of different disciplines and different stakeholders when we come up with science that is usable by policymakers. It's not to say that the science that we are producing is not of the highest quality. It is. But if we do want to make it usable, if we do want to make it influence decisions towards societal transformations that we are talking about, then science has to organize itself very differently. It has to conduct itself very differently, and it has to communicate itself very differently. And I think that is one key message that I would like to give. I would also, I think in a similar vein, I think Professor Sumi started by talking about disasters and risks and what are the options that are open to us. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic that we saw revealed how quickly this virus spread across the world and caught us completely unawares. The question is, could we have done something about it? Now, in the case of tsunamis, as we have seen, we came up with a very nice early warning system that is working well across the globe for tsunami protection, or at least mitigating the impacts of tsunamis. But in the case of things like pandemics, in the case of other large-scale disasters that we might face, once again, I believe that scientists can play a critically important role while leveraging the new technologies, the digital technologies, the information technologies that are available to us, to the digital technologies to their fullest extent. And that integration is again something that we have not adequately done. So improving our databases, improving our understanding of the complexity of interlinkages and interconnectedness that we have, being able to simulate the implications of different calamities or hazards that we are facing, with all the uncertainties that are in place, are, I think, a few areas in which we need to urgently focus and see how we can improve the service that we are able to provide as scientific community to society at large. And that, I think, is a key responsibility that we have. The solutions that came forward, or the work that is being done by young scientists in the flash talks, is critically important. And I think they should definitely continue to work in those areas. But then that leap from solutions that are under development or in the lab to solutions that are applicable at the scale at which we need to apply them and the speed with which we need to apply them, I think is a big step that we need to work towards. Thank you very much, and back to you. And my apologies to all my fellow panelists for putting this pressure on you.
Thank you very much, Professor Srivastava, and thank you very much again for your time with us.
Thank you. And
so then let's go back to the original order, and I'd like to invite Dr. Kameyama for your short talk.
Yeah, actually, many of the things I wanted to say has already been raised by other speakers, so I don't want to duplicate what they have said, but let me share my screen. Oops, something seems to be wrong. I could not move my slides. Okay, there you go. So how can climate change risks be communicated properly is the title of my very short talk. So the adverse impact of climate change is already observed all around the world, and the scientists already have scaled up their knowledge to warn the people that climate change is a big problem. And how can the sense of urgency be communicated or disseminated to all the people around the world? Reducing scientific uncertainty has already partially contributed in raising public awareness, but is not enough to change social behavior. And various terms are used to convey messages, so risks, danger, threat, crisis. All these words has been used. I think Professor Chabay has used the word narrative, and I think narratives can be associated to these parts of my talk. Seeing is believing, and media can affect people's understanding by utilizing images of extreme weather events, people gathering for climate marches. However, I think these are still enough to attract all the people's attention. And actually, the United States has recently started using the word security. Climate change is a security issue. And this publication came up last fall, and it used effectively the word security to include all types of threats related to climate change to national security. And I'm going to skip these slides. And also, I want to point out that climate change is now a corporate risk. And this global risk report 2022 has just came out some time ago, 1 or 2 weeks ago, actually. And in this report, it says that the people in the business sector think that when will risks become a critical threats to the world, in a very short term, like 0 to 2 years, there are still many other types of crises, like debt crisis or asset bubble burst, which is considered as risks to the business sector. However, when it becomes more in the long term, like 2 to 5 years or 5 to 10 years, then it's mostly environment-related risks which are being considered as corporate risks by the business sector. So this is going to be my concluding slide. That I want to point out 2 points. One is scientific information needs to be customized according to type of audience. So this is very similar to what Professor Srivastava Srivastava has pointed out, that the scientific knowledge needs to be kind of framed to fit to each of the audience. And also the second point I want to make is that try to be inclusive. Reach out to those who may be in disadvantaged position when the world aims at net zero. So it's going to relate to climate justice or just transition. So I think it's very important for us to reach out to the people who are most in a disadvantage when we try to reduce emissions. So this is it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kameyama, for highlighting important communication issues in the time of climate crisis. And so then, thank you very much for the short presentations from the panelists. Then I'd like to invite Professor Moji to summarize or highlight or whatever of the flash talks. Could you give us some keys to our discussion?
Yes, thank you, Professor Imori. That's why I wrote in the chat box, but briefly that's word. I liked that all the presentation in the flash talk, but they are very actually were eager to present their own issues, and probably for them it's a bit difficult to actually link the keynote speech topics and their topics, and it may take a bit time. So actually, please allow them to actually think of the relations, and well, probably they will ask questions to the keynote speakers next time. But I would like to say that some things that one is that Professor Nishida's presentation. I believe that nuclear weapon issues and environmental issues are linked, and how to collaborate in the future is also very important things. That if you can make a discussion in the panel discussion, that may be fine. And the other issue is that for Leena, actually that many researches are in a very small scale. But if we think that valuing that environment in the global level, that's what kind of that strategy we can apply. That point also we can discuss, because many flash talk speeches are based on that very small studies, but how to actually scale up into that global level. And for Professor Ilan Chabay's speech, that narrative is also interesting, but what as Kameyama sensei mentioned, actually it's very difficult to actually make the no one left behind the policy to the newcomers, or probably many disadvantaged people are neglected still. So how to involve them is also the big problem I would like to ask to Dr. Chabay, and I hope you to discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Professor Moji. And we also have comments from one of the speakers in the flash talk, Dr. Asayama, about two distinct narratives which are dominant, maybe the globalist narratives, future-oriented, and nationalist narrative, maybe past-oriented, and how to bridge them, or how to deal with those kind of polarized different views of the world, and how to go forward of the climate issues and other sustainability issues in that environment. So so then, thank you very much. I'd like to invite Professor Nishida to speak. It's finally your turn. And I found it interesting that in your talk you suggested necessity to take the nuclear weapon issue not only as international relation and security issue, but also as an environmental issue. And a part of the Dr. Kameyama's comment is just complementary to that, I guess. She suggested the necessity to take the climate issue not only as an environmental issue, but also as a security issue. So it's to me, it's very interlinked. But anyway, Professor Nishida, could you give us your comment on the, maybe to the talks or any part of the discussion so far?
Oh, thank you very much, Professor Emori. So I really enjoyed the talks, although I'm not an expert on environment issues, so I doubt I fully understood all the presentations. But as to Dr. Sayama's question, I never thought that way in the world of nuclear disarmament, but it's probably true in the same. It's probably the same in the nuclear world as well. The narrative of past, which is to emphasize on the value of nuclear deterrence as something to stabilize the world, to avoid, world wars. But on the other hand, narrative of future that saying that once nuclear deterrence fails, then catastrophic consequences can be, there will be a catastrophic consequences. So then we will have to abolish nuclear weapons. So this kind of division of confrontation of narratives between the two camps is very rooted in the nuclear world as well. And it is very difficult. It's been very difficult to overcome this division of narratives. I hope I can try to bridge the two different narratives, as Dr. Sayama mentioned, as being in Nagasaki, but also I was in the government. So, but yeah, it's a very difficult question. As to Professor Moji's question, how to collaborate between nuclear weapon and global environmental movement. It's also a very difficult question, and I believe that there's no mention of nuclear weapons issue in the SDGs. Perhaps if there's a chance to revise the SDGs in the next decade or two, so perhaps we could try and look into the possibility of adding a nuclear element in the SDGs. But we have to be very careful here, because nuclear issue can be very political, especially in the UN. So I think we should be very careful how to move forward in the UN discussions on this type of very political and politicized issue into the environmental SDGs problem. SDG is very something that all the countries have. It's a common ground. SDG is something that nobody disagrees right now. But nuclear weapon issue is very politicized. So I don't want to bring that politicized, environment atmosphere into the SDG. So we should be very careful about that. So maybe as I suggested in my keynote speech, perhaps we can set up some kind of working group or scientific experts group under the IPCC or something, and then start raising up awareness of nuclear element in the environmental issue to the people of environmental experts and NGOs. As Dr. Sumi mentioned that knowledge itself, only knowledge is not enough for action. But I think that I agree with that. But I think there's no knowledge on this issue in the environmental world. For example, when I watched the video during the break, I didn't see any mention of nuclear problem in the video. So maybe from that kind of thing, from little thing, if we put some kind of nuclear element into that kind of video, then people doing work on environmental issues can be aware of the existence of that issue and relationship of nuclear and environmental issue. I think that's where something we should start from. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I also think that, so in the general term, the link between the environmental issue and the security issue seems to be worth working on. It's a good opportunity for us to start talking about that here. And now we have 6 minutes left for our discussion. And so unfortunately, I have to give you only 1 minute or so for your second round of intervention. Please give us your final message, perhaps covering your comment on the previous, flash talks and so on. Professor Sumi.
Anyhow, we have to do what we can do, and maybe that improving our knowledge about nature is a certain way that we can do. And about human nature, about the society, maybe we have to discuss forever. That's all.
Thank you very much. Then Professor Dakar, please.
Yeah, I'd only say that the science communication is very, very important. I think including Professor Sumi and many colleagues already said that knowledge alone may not be enough for action, but of course, the action without knowledge is also not very good. So how to package knowledge and information to different stakeholders in a way that action can be promoted. I think from the perspective of climate change, IPCC science and others, that knowledge communication and packaging knowledge in a way that action can be promoted. I think this is where I see something that we need to put some more focus and attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then Dr. Kameyama.
Thank you. I think it's important that we communicate and taking into account this NIES International Forum. I think it was excellent that we had so many experts from outside Japan, and also we had so many guest speakers from Nagasaki University and other parts of inside Japan. And everybody has different background, but I think there is something in common. And I think today's whole session was very, very good for us working at NIES to think what we can do to further try to involve many people in terms of climate change policy making. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So then, Professor Nishida, do you have any additional final words for us?
Oh, sorry. I think I talked too much, but yeah, I think one of the themes of this forum was how to involve all the stakeholders, including policymakers. So in the case of nuclear weapons, if we are to have more environmental aspect onto nuclear issue, then we have to start from public awareness raising, because policymakers don't care if civil society is not aware of. So, but in the case of nuclear weapons, civil society or environmental world is not cognizant of the nuclear issue. So I think that's where we have to start from. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So it's almost time, and thank you very much for all the panelists again. And I found it a very good time to think about relationship between the science and society, especially highlighting different narratives we have in our society. And we need good communication with not only with policymakers, but also society, people in the society in general. And it should also be inclusive, and so on. We have good insights in the session, I think. So then I'd like to close this panel discussion. Thank you again to all the panelists and all the audience, and also the good inputs from the flash talks as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imori, and all the panelists with their very interesting insights. It was really insightful to hear several of the gaps that were identified and the interests that were to go forward. And I think it's very much appropriate to now shift to our closing remarks. And to do so, please allow me to call back to the screen Dr. Fumiko Kasuga, who will provide a short summary of the symposium thus far.
I would like to echo Jill to thank all the very active discussions and high-level inputs from the panelists. And it's very difficult for me to summarize all today's, but let me share the screen here. So we started from the keynote speeches, and Professor Nishida demonstrated how serious the impact will be if nuclear weapons are used. And he suggested that nuclear use should be reframed as a climate problem, although there are very careful steps needed, as it is very sensitive political issue. But it might be helpful if this problem is discussed together with the environmental scientists. Then Dr. Leena Srivastava demonstrated the need to address both planetary boundaries and the governance of the society by framing valuing environment and also considering use value and non-use value, and to internalize the value of environment with the topic of trends in research. Finally, Professor Ilan Chabay talked on systemic risks, complex systems, shock resilience flows, and global crisis. And he framed and defined those processes. And he mentioned the narratives are important tools for systemic risk governance. Then we had flash talks from young researchers who had shared the experiences and challenges with their research in transdisciplinary topics from many Asian countries. The topic covered from fishery, agriculture, forest management, urban planning, and also the infectious diseases and their controls. And a question was raised, how to bridge narratives from the past information and for future. I couldn't summarize the old panel discussion, but you just heard the hot discussion, so I don't think I need to summarize. And I think you all enjoyed, and
Yeah, I would like to add that the points raised throughout the sessions today was to engage more society in promoting science. And that is the concept, very basic concept of Future Earth. So from the Future Earth's point of view, we'd like to or promote more active research together with the stakeholders. Thank you very much. This is a very short summary from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Kasuga, for a wonderful summary of the first day and really important takeaways, which I'm sure will be interesting to further reflect on tomorrow on day 2. Next, I would like to introduce to you all Professor Nagayasu, trustee of Nagasaki University, to give his closing remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Joe. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here with you and have the honor of giving the closing remarks today. So actually, I'm a newcomer. I'm a thoracic surgeon, but now very difficult to find the time to perform a surgical operation. So in my opinion, as a surgeon, the earth is very similar to the human body because both are very complex. So if we miss the small changes, it sometimes can lead the harmful, the serious conditions. So last year, Dr. Shiguro Manabe, a researcher of climate system, was awarded Nobel Prize in Physics. The news was received with some surprise by the scientific community, including the expert of climate sciences, because the Nobel Prize in Physics has been mostly awarded to astrophysics or physical chemistry. So our field of climatology was somewhat far from the prize. In a sense, Dr. Manabe's award signifies that the scientific community deeply recognized the importance of his great works and his scientific field. Moreover, his award has evoked awareness of politicians, business leaders, media, and people worldwide, recognizing that we need to face the planetary danger to tackle as soon as possible. Today, as day 1 of the forum, 3 distinguished speakers delivered keynote lectures about dealing with the complex global and social issues that bring about the danger of our planet. Social activities always cast dark shadows, such as inequity and danger to living organisms, and we need to continue to overcome and deepen our understanding of them. I'm convinced every participant, especially young readers, received a strong impact from the keynote speeches and the talks, followed by the discussion with young people from various Asian countries, including Japan. We have found hope through today's symposium for their future and our planet. Tomorrow, we will continue the discussion focusing on more specific global issues. So I hope there will be more constructive discussion than today. Finally, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to speakers, all participants. And I would like to thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Nagayasu, for a really nice closing remarks and very appropriate at this time. Then I would like to continue with these positive remarks and applaud to all the participants, presenters, and staff for a really wonderful, rich discussion on this first day. We have come to the end of day 1, but I would like to invite those that are interested to continue to join us tomorrow and have discussions on the expert panel. If you're planning to join us and you have not registered, please register through the link that is being shared at the moment. And we very much look forward to welcome you again tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day, and today's sessions are closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.